The ads. What if I go to the main screen? Oh.
Oh.
What if we were live
Ooh.
right now and Adam took a big bite out of its crisps? Oh.
ASMR.
I'm just giving you guys what your audience wants.
Audience, do you want Adam ASMR?
It's Trillion
But
ASMR, actually.
my bad. Do you guys want Trillion to make an ASMR channel? Type yes in
Hot
chat.
Valkyrie doing
Hot
ASMR, hell
Valkyrie
yeah.
ASMR in your area. Put a yes in chat if you want it now.
Give me just 1 second. Da-da.
Yes. Oh.
Let's go.
Okay, we're good.
All right. Well, on that on that note, if everyone is ready for me to go ahead and intro the session, I will go ahead and start us off.
Hell
Yep.
yeah!
Let's fucking go.
Alrighty then. I don't know what we're talking about, but yes. Careful what you wish for. Alright then, my loves. I'm gonna go ahead and start us off as we return to the lobby on the Witchlight. Okay, hello and welcome back to the Feywild, travellers. You have spent quite some time now in the murky swamps of Hither, the very first location after your arrival here into the Feywild from the magic back on the prime material plane at the Witchlight Carnival. Learning of its plight, you've spent many a day wandering through the mists of the mire and finding your way to Downfall, the site of Blavrona Brightstraw's cottage, as the hag welcomed you into her rotting home, the smell of death and decay ever present within the. Sorry, I was reading something. Within the thick of the fog, you came to the understanding that it was Vivi whose memory had been taken in exchange for her sneaking into the Witchlight Carnival 8 years ago. As Bavlorna, as hags so well do as part of the Hourglass Coven, she struck a deal with Vivi. That would be to retrieve a portrait of her sister, Skabatha Nightshade, from her sister's lair all the way over in Tither, another part of Prismere, which has recently become the domain of the Hourglass Coven. As you find yourselves embroiled within the work of these hags, conspiring against each other, yet somehow working together, you, by the will of Vivi and perhaps your support of her as the rest of her party, now look to make the journey over to Tither, led by your new friend and guide Clapperclaw, in search of Granny Nightshade's lair, hoping to recover the portrait without too much trouble and return it back to Bavlorna in order to retrieve the rest of Vivi's memory. But as you find yourselves leaving Downfall, intrigued by a figure playing a haunting melody on the edge of a tall toadstool, your journey to Hither, from Tither to Tither, as is the name of this stream, and I'm going to struggle to say the name of the other realm here several times over, is going to be one taken by Swamp Gasparoon, as you look to shed yourselves of the clothes of the Soggy Court and find your way to another part of Prismere. Alright. Hello, Lawnling. Saw that.
We are so
Okay.
back.
You are currently. I need to just play the exploration music now that we're here. Right, so. You currently stand in the softening grass underneath your feet on the edge of the bank of the swamps. The bubbling croaks of bullfrogs are what takes up much of the ambience here, the buzzing of insects, and every so often the splashing of creatures sliding into the water. The curling mist around you has contained nothing more than shifting shadows, with steam rising from the water. Dappled sunlight has filtered through the canopy of trees, allowing light to sink into this part of Downfall. The smell and the air around you is something you're looking forward to escaping, the thick, humid air that is made its way into the scent of your clothes. Hopefully that you won't be wearing for too long, given that they were given to you by King Gullop the 14th. I don't know what the number was after his name was of the Soggy Court. And with the hope that the scent of decaying vegetation, rot, and stagnant water will be something that is best left behind as you make your journey over to Tither. Just to bring you up to speed, you had a conversation with Octavian, who told you that he didn't remember what it was, the reason exactly why he'd given up his heart and lost it in a deal with Bavlorna Brightstraw. But he remembered that he was in search of someone that he loved, and the person that he loved, he remembered he had lost. And that was quite literally where we ended the session, so I'll let you take it from here.
Vivi will like look sort of like wistfully towards her flute and back towards his, and there's sort of like sadness in her gaze as she looks back towards the party and once again says, "Oh, all of us are missing something of that we've lost, and we're about to continue our search if you wish to join us, of course. Not to assume anything, of course, but if you wish to join us."
He shakes his head without much hesitation and says, "Unfortunately, by the conditions of the deal, the one that I suppose I did not meet my end of the bargain for with Bavlorna was that she has my beating heart still somewhere within the confines of her cottage. This goat heart," and he'll like rap his knuckle against his chest where you can hear it. It sounds very almost hollow as he does so. It does not beat the same, but even as an extension of myself, the further I'm away from Bavlorna's home, the harder it is for me. Pain only increases, does not subside. It grows more intense even now as I'm perched atop this toadstool. It has been where I found most of my comfort. The pain is manageable. I fear if I were to leave this place, it would become unbearable. Not something I want to inflict on this journey of yours. But I'm pleased to have met you regardless. I hope you find what it is you're looking for, and that you do not find yourself in such a case of misfortune as the one I have encountered of my own.
I mean, is there nothing we can help you with? I mean, we know how to heal and restore. Is that enough something that won't help you in any way?
He shakes his head, looking quite dismayed, and says, "Sadly, I do not think so. I believe that my heart, being kept within Bavlorna's humble abode just across the way and through the thick of the fog, is tying me to this place. I wouldn't know where to go. Having an absence of a heart, there's more than just tempered mind to a lack of emotions, one's leaning towards melancholy and grief, leaves you aimless, without hope. One day, perhaps I will find the way to retrieve it. That day is not now. I am no stranger to the wrath that these lands have felt under the gaze of the Hourglass Coven, the wills of the hags that the people here have been subjected to. One day, perhaps, when the Hourglass Coven loosen their grip on the whole of Prismere, maybe there will be chance for me then. But I have tried. I have been here longer than I know. It will not be soon, but I hope it will be someday."
I hope so too. It's an awful thing to feel trapped because of some other person or party.
So sorry, my PC crashed.
Oh shit.
Oh no!
What was the last thing you heard? And I will get you up to speed really quickly.
I remember Octavian speaking to Vivi, and then it just got all jumbled and robotic. But it's
Okay,
okay.
so
Cool.
he was saying to BB that he can't be far from Bevlorna's cottage because the further away from his heart, the more it's painful.
Okay. Cool.
And then Trillian asked if there was anything that we could do to help, and he kind of like shook his head and said that he wouldn't want to put that on us, basically, and that's something that hopefully in the future he can sort out.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, he said that his hopes were that one day when Prisma is freed from the clutches of the Hourglass Coven, that he might have a chance to have his heart returned there. But he's very aware that he did not fulfill his side of his deal with Bravona, which is why he's this way in the first place.
Phoebe's sort of gaze becomes just a little, even more sort of saddened, and she looks up to him, and sort of there's a sort of tinge of emotion in her eyes, and she says, "Does she still have your heart? Is it something she keeps in her cottage? Do you know?"
He did say that. I don't know if you didn't hear me, Lauren. Sorry, but
Oh.
when he was first talking, he did say that that's why he can't be away from where he is, because she's got it
Oh
within
god,
the
yeah.
cottage.
What am I on about? Oh god, yeah. Sorry about that. My brain just fucking.
You're fine.
Sorry. I don't know why. Even when you were talking, you were saying that was going through my head. No, do forgive me. Vivi, she looks to him and she goes, "Well, if there's any way in which whilst we are here, we can try and get that back for you, then I would like to. Please try."
There is a momentary smile that crosses his face, but he shakes his head in resignation and says, "I fear that would entail you having to make your own deals with Bravona, which, given your presence here, you probably have. Getting tangled up in one with a hag is already messy business. More than one would only complicate things. You're here on a journey to find things that you've lost. I would not want to add strain to that. My hope is simply one day the vice grip that the Hourglass Coven have on this realm, one that I'm aware was not always theirs, will one day weaken, and in the loosening of that grip, there will be hope for me yet. But from the looks of things, of what I observed in the shadows that pass through the opaque mists, you are headed somewhere else entirely. And if Bavlorna, in all of her habitual terrors to be believed, then that will mean you do not have much time. I would not wish for any of you to end up in the same way I am. It's a stroke of misfortune, but I'm fully aware that my failure is my own. No one else should be responsible for what I've lost."
He is quite right, you know. But I am rather interested in the fact that Bavlorna told us to seek you out. I don't know if it was her way of saying this is what happens when you fail to meet your end of the bargain, but I can't help but wonder if there's more to it than that.
He tilts his head from side to side and says, "She is a powerful woman, as are all of the hags, but I knew well when I made my deal with her what I was getting into. It's a miracle, really, that she allows me to remain here. I have but a place to call home and a residence within Downfall, only because of her. Some would not see it as an extended kindness, but I think she's aware that I'm lonely. Without my heart and the pain that being away from it causes me, I really only have this place to call any sort of home. It's never really felt like it, but at the very least, I, at least for now, do not wish to be anywhere else. I wait and I talk to visitors. Every so often, I suppose I will entertain myself with having a chat with the bullywogs of the Soggy Court. I'm sure you've met them already. It's not a boring existence, but one that I keep an eye to the sun and the sky and wonder if any change will mean that the Hourglass Coven and all of their mystical power, if the land that was here before one that was not always theirs, will be restored. And with it, what that will mean for their own respective deals. I am a fool, I am aware. What I came in search for and what I struck with Bavlorna is entirely my own fault. My own doing and my own choosing. It will be my cross to bear. And if I'm ever find it within me the bravery to try and reclaim it, then I will attempt it. But I only hope that in the deals that you perhaps have made with her, the same fortune does not befall you.
Also, really quick, the more I learn about Bavlorna, the more I genuinely think she's pretty fair.
Yeah.
Like, she's a really fair hag. Like, learning that about Octavian, that, yeah, he has a house pretty close because of Bavlorna, that's really interesting.
Yeah, it's here. He lives here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes you wonder if she's the generous one, just how evil and
The other
horrid
ones
are the
are.
others.
Yeah. If they are evil and horrible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so yeah, on an above table note, as a GM, you would have to presume that in order to get his heart back, you would have to make some sort of deal with her.
Yeah.
Additional to what you've already done, or entirely what he's implying is that the hags of the Hourglass Coven would just be destroyed and loosen their grip on this realm, which obviously, as he's aware, is not theirs. To that same addendum, he'll just add, was surprising. When I failed to meet my end to the bargain, she could have easily turned me into a bully myself. Transform me into a toad forever to wander these swamps. But I've found somewhat of a place to stay here. I do not know where else it is I want to go. 'Twas so long I found this place that I'm not entirely sure where it is I came from. But I'm comfortable. You may say it is the proximity to my heart that means that I find, perhaps, a sense of being, but when the stars appear in the sky, no change of night, but seemingly as they twinkle in all of their glory from the great beyond, it is my hope that one day they will shift, and I will reclaim my heart, perhaps with it my lost sense of emotion and a semblance of being, memories that may come with it when it is returned to within the cavern of my chest. But for now, at the very least, this is where I choose to be. The proximity towards it is not just for my own comfort of bearing with the pain, but something that ties me to it entirely. When I have it back, I'm sure I will know what. But I'm grateful anyway that you stopped here on your passing through.
I truly hope that one day you have the bravery to reclaim your heart, Mr. Octavian. Maybe if we succeed, it will inspire you to do so.
He offers you a brief smile and says, "Thank you. Your words of encouragement are appreciated. Were I to have the bravery that the four of you seemingly possess, I'm sure I could, but I am also aware that it was my own failure at the end of the deal that I made that has landed me in this acute position. I hope you will be more lucky than I was."
We have all made our own fair share of mistakes. I would not crucify yourself over such things. It is merely what it is to be human or alive. You will be brave enough one day to reclaim your heart. I know it. And I wish you well and luck in that.
That means much to me, good sir, and I wish you all luck on your own journeys in the mission in reclaiming what it is that you have lost, or your own quests entire that perhaps pervade past the Hourglass Coven. Has carried you this far, and that here in these lands means much.
Vivi looks on at Octavian, and again there's a sort of sense of very faint ignition, and she looks on, she goes, I just do wish where it was that I remember you from.
What do you say, sorry?
I do wish that that I knew where it was that I remembered you from.
Mm-hmm. He'll look at you with very sorrowful eyes, but there is a very sad smile that goes to accompany them across the sharp features of his face, and he says, "And I too, Vivian. But I suppose while the Hourglass Coven remains within the power that they hold, we are all but beholden to their own whims. It is the will of our own individual beings that we find ourselves predisposed to the position that we are here within Downfall. But I'm learning day by day that what is lost is not impossible to be reclaimed. You are clearly, all of you, moving examples of such sentiment. I hope you will reclaim what it is that she is withholding from you."
And such as is the case with your heart, as my friend Oz said, that I hope that even if it is the inspiration of seeing others reclaim what they have lost from the hags, I hope even after all this time that the day will befall you where you're able to reclaim what it is you have lost as well.
I will earn my strength again one day, and with it my heart, I'm sure. I wish you luck on your journey out of Downfall. Given it is something that you are looking to fulfill with Bavlona, I am sure I will see you all again. I will think of you fondly and wish you luck on the next steps of your journey.
Well, this was a very illuminating conversation. We ought to go, everyone. I don't want to wear these clothes much longer.
You're right. Thank you again for your time, Mr. Octavian. And Oz will give him like a short kind of bow. He's a terribly sad look in his eyes. Obviously sympathetic for Octavian's plight. And then he turns to Vivi and just kind of puts a hand on her shoulder and says, "Maybe we can make our way back after we've put behind us all of this hag nonsense, and we can show Mr. Octavian just how successful one can be when they take back what is rightfully theirs from the hags." And he tries to offer you a reassuring smile before he turns to the other people of the party and starts heading off to the soggy court, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I think as they're heading off, Trillian will just look at him and go, "Yeah, if we do come back, I definitely want to see you stronger and with your heart if you can. And if not, we'll maybe help you get it back then."
He nods, a mote of confidence returning to him as he does so, and says, "A kind sentiment. Thank you. Will be pleasant to see you all again. 'Tis the nearest thing to joy that I have found in quite some time. But I will think of you and wish you all the luck in the realms as you continue on this own journey of yours. I look forward to your safe return."
I think Trillian will just nod silently.
Odette will curtsy and then just, like, walk behind us. She's not really one for goodbyes. Oh god.
Wow.
That
Holy
hurt.
moly.
That hurt.
Oh. Was that me?
Yeah, I think your
think so.
mic did something there.
Oh God, I'm so sorry. I
No,
haven't
it's
even
fine
moved my
now.
head.
It was just
It's
a
fine now.
really harsh,
It was just
high-pitched
like
noise. I don't know why it did
Oh,
that.
half a
Jesus.
second.
If that happens again, let me know and
It
I'll
got
have a
jump
seat. I'll
scared.
have a seat. Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
want to fucking jump scare you guys. No, yeah, no way. Before she leaves, Phoebe like, looks over to sort of to Octavia and she goes, "I've never been one to forget things, and eyes like yours, I don't think I will. Again, at least. But it's beautiful to know that the strength of music that I always proclaim to so many always never ceases to outstand me.
He offers you a comforting smile and says, "Then I'm sure within the luck that you've already been offered, we will meet again. But it's my hope that you will do well on this next part of your journey to reclaim what it is you're looking for. I hope all goes smoothly. Things rarely do here, but seemingly with whatever stroke of luck has already befallen all of you, you found your way to me, so I will hope for it again. And I will see you once more in Downfall, if you must return here, I'm sure."
She will have parting words of just, "As will I, Octavian," and she will give him a smile and a wave as she follows on the party, going back to the boat.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a little bit of a time skip just to take you all the way over to the swamp gas balloons, where you'll be leaving hither. Enough time. With the 8 days you have been afforded by Bavlorna to retrieve her sister's portrait and bring it back to her. As you make your way across the makeshift path of sinking wooden planks within the muck, over the docks you go, driven still across the murky waters beneath you by Agdon and his trusty oar. It's not long before you find yourself within the rather small confines of the Soggy Court's palace. Low ceilings and creaking floorboards where you shed your Soggy Court clothes, leaving the dampness of them behind and the reeking smell that they appear to have accumulated over your time wearing them. As you return back to the comfort of your usual clothes, protective armor, and within the grasp of your weapons, you row back over the thick of the fog as the water drags behind you, parting walls of flitting mosquitoes and gnats, and find your way to the side of the swamp gas balloons, where you reunite with Clapperclaw. If you look over in the far left of the map, it's you'll see yourself. I've put you all over there
Yep.
with
Nice.
Clapperclaw.
Oh,
And General
apologies.
Hubert.
Yeah. Apologies for my fucking stupid brain fart earlier when you literally said, "Oh, his heart is in
No, you're
Bavlora's cottage,"
fine.
and then my brain was like, "Oh, where's the heart?" I don't
No,
know
you're
why
fine. I just wanted to remind you. I just I didn't want
I'm
to.
this
I
fucking
didn't want to say.
idiot.
I didn't want to. It was just in case you missed it, which you absolutely easily done. So yeah, it's I want to that same end. I think when you were in her horde, you wouldn't have seen it. Yeah, that's not a perception check I would have needed you to make, and anything passive that I would have told you would have spotted it. It just wasn't in there. So you would have to imagine that wherever she's holding it is not in that room.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Even then, like, you fucking said it, and all of a sudden my brain was like, "Oh, where's the heart?"
No, you're absolutely okay. Somebody, it's easier said than done, honestly. Yeah, not a problem. All right. Yes. No. Happy for you to have given yourself a wash, Oz, in whatever water I think you
Yippee!
probably could have found within a water skin of yours. Don't worry. This will be the last of the swamps of
Yeah.
downfall that you'll see for now. As you
Thank
arrive back on the
fuck, brother.
uh, of the docks of the swamp gas balloon, you'll see that there is already a bullywug hard at work trying to get this seemingly given word by Bavlorna, getting a swamp gas balloon ready for you on the dock. He will give you a knowing nod and a non-committal croak as you approach, and Clapperclaw will wave his lobster-like arms in the air, clicking them in glee as you approach, and will say, "You're back!" Odette, are you holding his head like on you? Is it visible?
She's kind of like, I imagine she's very actually very delicately, very carefully like holding it with her two hands.
Mm-mm.
Um
Uh, if his face could animate, you would see the realization as he begins to seemingly erupt with joy that you have his head, and you'll see as he almost his hands sink in shock, and he'll go, "Oh, my head! You've got my head! Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you!" And at this point, Odette, but before you can even, I think, respond, he will like run towards you, and I want to say probably to you, Odette, even though you're quite short, he probably comes to about like just below your chest, and you'll feel as this very small figure will go to like clasp his hands around you. He's not very comfortable to hug, obviously, with a very old gourd for a head and lobster claw like hands. He's not, it's not. You wouldn't imagine for you he's an easy figure to hug, but seemingly for him this is the most comfortable thing in the world as he goes to do so.
Oh, Odette is like holding the head, and she has like a very genuine smile on her face, and she was just like, "Of course, I did say we would be getting it back for you, did I not? I don't make promises I can't keep." So, um, hmm. she like motions and moves like the head into like one of her hands so she can gently uh rub his back a little. She can't like properly hug him because of the head that she's got in her hands, but she's definitely
Yes.
like doing her best in that moment. Um, I'm not entirely sure how we would reattach your head, Clapperclaw.
He looks at you and goes, "Oh, that's okay. It's quite simple, really." And you'll see as he like lifts the gourd from his head with like a very loud pop noise. Will lift it, put it down carefully just next to him on the surface, and then he'll go to reach for his the
She
stag
will very
skull
quickly
from you.
give it.
Yep, and he'll put it back on his head, and almost like the same motion that you'd close the lid of a bottle with, he'll put it down upon his head, and with a bit of a squeak, he'll seemingly just screw it quite seamlessly back into place. And then he'll lift his claws again and turn to give you a little spin. It's a little bit clumsy, but you can imagine that this is mostly from the delight he's feeling, and then look at you and go, "Ta-da! There we go! Almost as if I never lost it. Thank you so much."
Wonderful. You look wonderful, dear. Much better.
Any
If anyone
soul.
needs a reminder, he does look like this now. Sorry, I do have a version of the handout that is his new head.
Oh,
So
let's go!
New head!
New head
If
on Clapperclaw.
anyone dares, if any soul dares to even make this little scarecrow even cry a single tear,
No.
Vivi will be fucking witch bolting them into
Forget about
oblivion.
my character. I'll be angry.
Anyone hurt this
We'll
poor
reach into the screen and beat them up.
feelings.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally.
Oh, look at him! He's so sweet. Look at this little fella.
I wish we could get hands for him so bad.
I love
He's
him
so
so
good.
He's so
much.
Oh, baby. I'm so pleased. I'm so pleased.
I love him.
Oh,
Cute.
what a lovely moment.
Yeah.
He'll turn to you at this point and say, "Well, I was just having a chat with this very kind bullywug here. He is." He thinks about like tapping his stag skull back into place, seemingly trying to jog it for his memories, and say, "Oh God, you know what? I'm actually going to do something very funny here. I'm going to roll me that d8." And more. Okay. He is Mundlemund. He is Mundlemud, the Moss Crown Knight. He is going to take us to Tiller. So whenever you're ready, well, I suppose we'll get going.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm
Ronnie, I just
ready
want
when all
to
of you are.
cry.
Yeah.
I just want to
Yeah, I
cry.
think-
He's so cute.
Yeah, same.
Oh god.
I think
I'm
once
sorry.
our
I
companions,
just need a moment.
Get it
I think
together,
what-
May.
yeah, I think once
Trying.
our
He's coming with
companions
you.
Get it
our
together, mate.
companions-
We're going to tether. Come
I'm
on.
sorry.
I feel like if he ever leaves the party, you guys are actually gonna be fucking
I'm gonna
devastated.
cry.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
what I'm
I
telling
will.
you. I'll cry.
I know we're gonna need to say goodbye to him at some point, guys.
No, I refuse.
No. You need to be
Oh,
easy
forever
on
the
Ronnie so
realist.
they're not voicing too many NPCs.
Sorry, I just love him.
I love
So
Clapperclaw so
good. I love
much.
him. I'm sorry. I just need a moment.
It's okay, he's the
Mace
mascot.
sobbing.
I am. He's so sweet.
I love him so much.
Oh, I'm like wiping tears away. I don't know why. He makes me emotional.
It's the voice that Ronnie does
It-
as well. It's very
Yeah,
good.
it's so good. Genuinely.
I'm really pleased. Thank you, guys. Oh, oops, sorry.
Vivi is going to look. She's just completely awed by Clapperclaw. A little hand just goes to her chest. She's just so like awed by him. She finds him actually adorable. And she can we see the hot air balloon out of interest? Is it in sight?
Yeah, it's next to you. It should be visible. I can't remember how much vision you guys have.
So did we go? Sorry, did we get changed first and then go to Clapperclaw? Yeah.
Yeah, you're back.
Okay, that's fine.
Because Vivi's gonna look at the balloon and then look towards General Cubert of the pool. She's going to go. She'll look at the Clapperclaw and Agdon and William and go. Do they have any balloons that would fit General Cubert of the pool? And she will gesture her hands to him. The cube.
Clapperclaw will like look over at her cubert, where you'll see that it's still in his assumed cube form. He appears to just be wibbling on the side of the dock here, and Clapperclaw will go.
Well, I've seen swamp gas balloons before, and obviously they're very big and mighty things that are made right here in the Soggy Court, but unfortunately, I think they also do have a bit of a weight limit. I'm not sure if your new friend can come. I'm really sorry.
It's alright. We knew we probably weren't going to be able to take the cube. I'm sorry to hear that, Vivi, though.
Oz is like
Oz is like
celebrating, isn't he?
Yeah, he's like he's the furthest away from General Cubert. He's like, oh, so sad.
Oh
no!
Oh no! Oz is like definitely
He's like,
trying
oh,
not
so
to
sad.
smile.
Anyway.
Oh no!
Quick, has anyone got enlarge reduce?
It was funny. I'm pretty sure I do.
Agdon will turn back to you, Vivi, and say, well, it probably doesn't mean very much, but I will be remaining here in... here. I'll make sure this one is, well... And he scratches his head and, like, thumps his foot against the floor. I'm not really sure where Gelatinous Cube wants to go, but I'll keep him comfortable.
His name's
It's
Cubert.
At least until you return. I can't promise I'll... well, I can't really put a leash on him, and I wouldn't want to do that anyway. He'll be looked after.
If you're staying here, then I suppose I don't need to hold your scarf as if you were a dog.
Here, you can tell he's actually forgotten you've been holding him because it's just been that long, and it's just become part of his daily
It's
routine.
normal.
He looks a
Oz
bit
is just going to
shocked,
mumble under
actually.
his breath and say at least a dog would be useful.
Ooh.
He just looks. He just has this look of realization at him, and he goes, "Oh well, I suppose not. If you're going to be off now, then well, it's been a pleasure meeting you all. I know some of you might not say the same, but you've been enlightening company, definitely out of the ordinary, and nice surprise. I hope the rest of your journey is just as pleasant, and seemingly, and he'll gesture to Clapperclaw, this one will be able to get you through the trials and tribulations Tither might have to offer. I wish you luck and safe return when you do hopefully find that portrait of Bavlorna's sister, Vivi. All the best. And he'll go to give you a salute as he stood next to Cubert. He doesn't really know
Um,
what to do about him. You can tell he's looking at him a little bit unsure. But he's, he's gonna
Odette.
try.
Odette is going. Not only is she going to like let go of the scarf, but she's actually going to tie it into a little bow
Ah,
around Agdon. I think it would be significantly harder for someone to grab hold of your scarf if you had it like this.
here we'll look at it and with wide eyes and say, "Oh well, that does look terribly dashing. Well, awfully sweet of you. Thank you, Odette."
Of course.
He seems quite pleased with himself. He never thought doing that.
Vivi will actually sort of like give like a sort of smile, and she'll say, "Well, I actually assumed you were going to be coming along with us, but if our path with you, at least for the time being, ends here, then thank you for everything you've done for us here, Agdon. It's been a pleasure." And she'll look at over at Cuba. She'll go, as great as I think my spells might have worked on our dear friend General Cupid at the pool here, should he become hostile again, then well, don't get yourself into too much trouble with him there. I'm sure the time being that he's been here, it's been wonderful, but wouldn't want you to get yourself hurt at the cost of
Yeah,
this.
such a shame.
Oz has never been happier. You'll see that Cubert will jump once and then twice, the width of his body jiggling as he does so, seemingly as a quite joyful goodbye. And Agdon will turn to you, Vivi, and say, "Well, given the time at the whims of Bavona Brightstraw, I'm not sure she'd be too happy with me flying the nest, but I'll wish you all luck on this journey of yours. Continued may it be in finding this portrait she set you out for and returning it in exchange for your memories. I hope your journey to Tither goes as smoothly as possible." And he'll gesture to Capricorn again and say, "With this one at the helm, can't imagine a world hardly where it wouldn't be. So, all the best. I'll see you upon your return, I'm sure." And he'll look back towards Cubert with a raised eyebrow, and he goes, "And maybe this one, I'm not entirely sure if he's going to regain sentience isn't the word here. Free will at some point. We'll hope. Anyway, I believe you've got a swamp gas balloon to catch. That's not to keep a bullywug waiting." Yes, what's up?
Never mind, you typed it in the chat.
Vivi will smile and say, "Well, we do indeed, but till we meet again, Agdon," and she'll give him a wave, and she'll go over to little Cubert and like, do I have it? Oh, I don't have Mage Hand. God damn it. She will give Cubert a gentle little pat on the surface and a joyful sort of smile and say, "Well, it was lovely meeting you, General Cubert." And she will.
You do definitely have like quite an ample bit of slime on your palm as a result
That's
of that.
fine.
Oof.
That's absolutely fine. It's not warts, so it's
Oz like it
okay.
could have been. Oz like it could have been me.
Oz
I
is
think,
over there like, unpleasant memories. And then he's just gonna like busy himself instead going over to the hot air balloon, and he's gonna like get in a position to be able to help the ladies onto the hot air balloon, and he's just gonna go, ladies first, and he's gonna offer his hand out and like his knee or something to like jump up onto the the hot air balloon, I guess. I don't know exactly how close it is to the ground or not.
It's quite where it is on the map, but the bullywug here, Muddlemund, appears to be pulling it closer as he goes to unfasten where it's been anchored by 4 thick ropes tied around the wooden posts driven deep into the mire. You'll catch a very quick but intense scent of the swamp gas balloon. It is, of course, swamp gas, so it is. It does bear the stench of rotting vegetation, damp wood, and wet mud along with it. But it's going to carry you towards Tither, where hopefully you'll be able to leave those smells far behind. So as he anchors it closer to the dock here, it's ready for you to all jump in as you wish.
Before Trillian will jump in, she'll just turn to Agnon and go, "If we should meet again, well,
No,
we'll have met again." And then
shut
she'll
up.
jump onto the balloon.
How
What is that a
dare you
reference
covet the
to?
words of my beloved not Wolverine
Barker's route.
Barkus Root. I am Barkus Root number
Oh,
one
that's
defender.
why I know this.
Barkus Root is one of my favorite Baldur's Gate characters.
Vulgrin
He's the
Bungle
little
hater.
yeah.
I hate that
He's
man.
the little he's the little deep gnome that you
I-
obviously is tied to the windmill in Act 1,
I
and I
cried
love
at
him
that.
so much.
No, I
So
fucking cried
so
at
by-
that in Act 3. I cried at how Wilburn Bungle reacted to him.
I hate
And
Wolverine
I
Bungle.
hate
That's
him.
why my Steam name was Wolverine Bungle's number one hater.
I hate him.
I hate him. I
Is
hate him so
anyone
much.
gonna take Oz's hand? Or is he just gonna look
Oh,
silly?
yeah.
Sorry, we were having a
waiting.
moment. I was having a moment. I'm really sorry.
I think Trillian with her height probably wouldn't need to, but
He's still gonna help people up on top of it. You can use his
Yeah.
hand and stuff.
Obviously, you are in the
Damn,
the
don't wanna
woven
hold
basket
his
of this
hand,
balloon, but
okay.
I'm gonna have to put you just on the balloon for now.
no, I think Trillian will also help, so it'll be Herbo and Himbo helping the other two onto the balloon.
yes.
But you're the lady, he wants to help you as well.
Well, then she'll let you help hit her last, but then she'll make sure the other two get on as well.
Odette struggles.
And then we'll offer you a hand to pull you in as well.
Odette struggles.
Yeah. Vivi will like very discreetly like grab her little handkerchief and wipe her hand off of slime, and take Oz's hand and jump onto the hot air balloon, and she'll look around and she'll jump up and down and get all excited despite the kind of predicament that she's currently in and what she's about to undertake. But she kind of looks around, she goes, "Oh, I love it! Going up in a balloon! I've never been in a balloon!" Ah!
I love her. I love her
She's
so
hype.
bad. I love her so much.
Yes,
I
well,
mean,
this will
what-
be a fun and exciting thing for us all to do, and hopefully we won't need to withstand this smell for too long. Sorry, Adam,
Right.
you go on.
No, adding on to that, Trillian will. I also hope we don't end up like that other balloon we saw. I don't really fancy getting stuck on the.
I do believe that one
top of a
was
large
shot
tower.
down.
Well, then let's hope we're not shot down then.
I
We'll
do hope
be
for that. We will be far. Whatever she
We'll
said.
be fine.
We'll be far.
We'll be far.
Ah! We'll be alright, I'm sure. And we've all got one another, and I'm sure no matter the cost, we'll be able to pull each other through. But I have all the faith in her. And she kind of raised her hand and towards the esteemed pilot and go, Muddlemund, the Moss Crown Knight. What a gallant name that is for a bullywug like yourself. I'm sure he'll take us there safely.
Not the ribbit. Does this one speak
Oh,
French
the-
as well? I mean, Sylvan.
Oh God.
Sacrilege.
I believe so. I'm just gonna have you guys take off now, so I can move on to this next map if that's all right.
Absolutely.
Yes, no, he's
Mhm.
still part of the
Absolutely.
Soggy Court. He's just your pilot for today. All right. As Clapperclaw clambers into the it's quite a large, spacious woven basket, but you can see how even with the 6 of you in it, it does become very quickly a tight space with little room to stand. And as Clapperclaw climbs in, you'll hear as he shouts to Agdon,
Stay out of trouble, Agdon. I'll see you soon.
and you'll see as Agdon waves him off with Cubit by his side. He'll give him a salute as your balloon begins to quickly fill and swell with swamp gas, and he'll go, "Can't promise it, but safe travels, little one." And as the balloon begins to inflate with swamp gas, beginning to rise from where it is stationed in the middle of this muddy mire, you begin to rise through the air as the fog around you begins to part, and As the thick, humid air begins to rise, you leave behind the metallic tang of stagnant water that has been on the tip of your tongue for the past couple weeks. You're grateful as you watch as the methane gas bubbles that break the surface here are become so distant as you rise into the sky. And as the stench of rotting vegetation, damp wood, and wet mud are all but left behind as you take high above the thick of the fog, where it grows dense, forming an opaque dome over Downfall, the domain of Bavlorna Brightstraw. Your lungs are thankful for the immediate gusts of fresh air that fill to replace the air from Downfall as you quickly take to the skies, a vast bright blue overhead with swirling clouds that seemingly curl towards you as you float through the air all the way towards chapter 3 of our campaign and the next part of our journey all the way over to
Let's
Tither.
go. Ooh, limb lurch. That's fucking cool.
That's sick.
Oh look, is that the Travelling Inn?
Which one?
At Little Oak, or is that just something else?
Oh, this is a different place. You'll find out what it is.
Oh, that's so
Oh my
cool.
god, I love it.
Nibs
Alright, I'm gonna
Cave.
give you.
Who is Nibs? Oh my god.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I need
You're
to know who
going to
Nib
go
is.
there first, so you're going to find out. It's not going to
I'm
be someone.
so excited.
It's not going to be a cute little character, but it will be someone I think you will actually be quite grateful to meet. Anyway, so this is the art that we have for chapter 3 of this campaign. It's called the Get. This is the Getaway Gang, who you'll get to meet as we go into chapter 3 of Hither.
Let's go.
Tither. God, I'm gonna.
Look at the
Word
baby.
I love it.
Look at the meow meow, the displacer beast baby. I
I
love
love
them.
Alright,
so
as
much.
the sturdy woven basket that you find yourselves in begins to take to the skies, now rising high above Prismere below you, a painted canvas as the parting clouds seem to drift by over the towering mountains below. You watch as the patchwork fabric above you inflates, commanded very expertly by the bullywug that has come with you. And as swamp gas begins to fill it, drifting it across the air here, it is a beautiful sight. The mystical realm of Prismere all but sits below you as you hang so high in the sky. And it genuinely takes your breath away, despite how chilly it is up here, feeling the cold of being in the, I believe it's evening sky. It's probably evening at this point. I'm not entirely sure. What is time in the Feywild, really? As you drift with seamlessly swimming through the sky with the clouds around you parting as you do so. You see Tither below you. It's not too long before you see the region begin to change as the land around you begins to transform from the murky swampland that it was before. The reeking mire with its black rotting trunks, thick vines, with duckweed covering much of the water's surface, and the damp mud that always seemed to cling to your shoes and find itself soft and sinking under your feet begins to change into a sight that's perhaps much more welcome as you find yourself suspended over a sprawling fey woodland below you. And as you drift overhead and you will watch as the parting of the mountains bring you into a different part of Prismere, you will watch as the mists will part around the swamp gas balloon to reveal a primeval forest. There is a fragrant breeze that wafts high at the height of your swamp gas balloon, seemingly emerging from enormous trees, sending motes of pollen dancing into the air around you. Patches of sunlight kiss the forest floor, and the sweet melody of birdsong echoes all around. It is a much more pleasant sight, and certainly much more pleasant smelling than Hither was. But that's not to say that the dangers that lurk here, perhaps what is happening at the core, one that may be decaying, with Skabatha. No, yes. Skabatha Nightshade. I always forget their names. I tangle them all up. Skabatha Nightshade
Can I ask something? Is it
maybe doing this place.
Skabatha or
Yeah, go on.
Skabatha?
It's spelled like this.
Skabatha. Okay, thank you. Because I
Skabatha,
could.
yeah.
Every time I've written it, I think I've written it with a V, but I just heard the B when you said it there, and I was like, Wait a moment. Have I been writing this wrong? The entire
All of their
time?
names jumble into one.
Absolutely.
So you're going to have come from the south here. So where you can see the compass on the map is where you're going to arrive from. Clapperclaw will be like holding his arms out as the wind rustles through his clothes, seemingly a sensation that he's missed from being this high up in the clouds. And he will turn to you and say, "Okay, we're going to land at this cave down here. If we try to go straight to Loomlurch, I fear that Granny Nightshade would know we're coming, and, well, I don't think we'd be all too prepared. We'll land towards Nib's Cave, and we'll make the journey from there. Is that alright with everyone?" And you'll hear that he's trying to shout above. Obviously, you know, being this high up, it's the winds are deafening. It's a very magical sight, but it's very hard to hear each other. So he's obviously just asking if
What?
it's alright if you land at Nib's Cave.
What?
He points at the cave and then starts pointing downwards as if to say we're going to land there.
Odette gives a thumbs up.
Oh, Vivi like leans in and goes, "You know this place better than we do, Clapperclaw. I trust your judgment, Holly."
Who's Holly?
Holy!
Holy what?
It means I trust him wholly.
Hole?
Why are we?
Greatly.
Why are we trusting him?
It's a cave, not a hole. I think.
No, I
For
mean,
goodness sake, just talk when you're down on the ground.
I think
merely
Oz is
saying
mad.
I'm merely saying I trust his opinion entirely.
Why are we
You'll
asking
hear,
Amanda's opinion?
once more gathering volume in his lungs, to shout over the bristling winds that rush past your ears and seemingly leave you deafened to the senses around you, will say, "Okay, but please take us towards Nib's Cave. Thank you." And you'll see as the swamp gas balloon begins to exhale, as you hear several offshoots of gas are expelled, and the balloon begins to deflate as you sink lower and lower towards the ground. As the sight of this swaying emerald forest comes into view, the canopies that seemingly conceal secrets and shadows that would hide from the gaze of Granny Nightshade. Whatever darkness has taken hold of this land, it perhaps isn't so visible from the height that you find yourselves at. But as you begin to descend towards a cave that Clapperclaw seeming is confident that you'll seemingly be able to find your footing from on arrival, it's not long before holding on to each other, perhaps with how fast the balloon begins to descend, your heart pounding your chest as your nerves begin to rise. You find that you have not much longer to worry for, as Muddlemund manages to land you very safely and quite softly down onto hither. And I'm going to put you on your first map here. All right, let's just fade this out and bring this in. Go. And here you are.
Let's go. Ooh. Ooh. This is a really high definition forest.
Yo, this map.
Let's go.
All right.
Let's go.
So, I'm just checking. Is there anything else I need to read you?
The map is giving my placid plastic duck in the simulator.
Yes. All right.
While Ronnie's looking for what they need to read, I'll just say that Oz has like helped you guys down from the
Yes.
water balloon.
Thanks, babe.
Yeah.
Thanks, boss.
Muddlemund will lower the swamp gas balloon just about a foot from the ground, helping each other out and gathering your things, making sure that you've got all of your belongings. As you depart from the swamp gas balloon, he'll wait until you're all safely on solid ground before tugging a lever within the swamp gas balloon, reinflating it perhaps for the last time for a while, with the unpleasant stench of swamp gas before taking to the skies once more, giving you a last very polite sounding croak, and as the swamp gas balloon will begin to rush with air, reinflating itself, you'll watch as the patchwork balloon will begin to take to the skies until the woven basket and muddled mud with it are entirely out of view, a dot in the sky as the clouds seemingly begin to reform over where the balloon disappears. And the mists begin to roil once more over the mountains in the distance as you watch as they return back to hither. As you land, finding yourself within a dense forest here, the vegetation around you is lush. The trees are dense with leaves, the brush is thick and tall, and the ground below you is soft but verdant under your feet. As you land here, Oz, there is this sense of familiarity that strikes you in the chest, almost like an arrow that has just shot you entirely through the heart. It almost catches you off guard for a moment as your feet touch the ground here. There's this very strong sense of nostalgia that feels like it washes over you in a wave of sorrow, feeling almost as if it is beginning to grip your heart, that something here, or perhaps someone, has something that you have. And seemingly as you grow closer towards that direction, wherever that might be as you land on hither, that agony within you, a void that somehow becomes more apparent as you make your way across the grass here, seems familiar and missing. A longing to reclaim something that was yours, and the desire somehow is, even within moments of you landing, begins to swell and grow stronger within your chest. The emptiness now so evident and felt, almost shaking you entirely off guard.
After Oz has helped everyone down off of the hot air balloon, you can definitely tell like he's maybe a wee bit far away. In his eyes and his face, he's got a kind of like placid look to it, but he's definitely not fully there at the moment. Often looking in the distance and just kind of trailing off when he's speaking to you, if he exchanged words with you at all. And he's just going to turn to the others and say, "I'm going to quickly go and clean up. If you'll just, I won't be long. But if you just give me a few moments." And he's just going to kind of like back away slowly before he goes to like run off to somewhere else, like in a nearby creek or something like that, just to kind of compose himself and clean himself off. But honestly, just so he can take a minute to like catch his breath after this feeling of like sorrow and loss has hit him, and it's hit him a bit harder than he expected it to.
Hmm.
I think Trillian will turn to the other two and go, does Odd seem a little bit off to you? I mean, I would suggest we go and check on him, but if he actually is off going to wash, then maybe we don't want to interrupt that, or maybe we do. But yeah,
Trillian.
I feel like the moment we land here, he's been a bit, I don't know, reserved, if that makes sense.
Wasn't that similar to Vivi when we first arrived in Heather?
Yeah, Vivi's okay. She kind of just watches Oz just sort of trail off, and thinks back to when they first landed in hither. Sort of hearing what Odette and Trillian says, kind of like snapping her back, and she goes, I felt this feeling of being sick and sense of dread within me that only grew as we came closer to Bavlorna's cottage.
Hmm.
Seeing as though many of us have something that we have lost to be reclaimed here, it wouldn't surprise me if the case was the same for Oz.
He's normally so steadfast. I do know that Hubert made him rather uncomfortable, but he already cleaned himself up from that, so I imagine maybe he is stressed.
He seemed quite relieved after we were able to Leave hither and leave General Cupid of the pool behind.
Hmm. I feel his reactions are almost the opposite of what they should be after leaving behind that horrible place. If either of you feel it would be a good idea to speak to him, I don't see why you shouldn't.
I guess. Yeah, I guess we should. Maybe we should wait for him to come back,
Hmm.
and then we'll just let him know that we're ready and waiting to.
Mhm.
I don't know. Support him on finding whatever he needs to find.
He also could accept his loss and move forward.
Not everyone all wants to or needs to do that as much as you might want them to.
It's not a matter of me wanting them to do it. It's just. Loss is a part of life. We do learn and we grow from it, and while I'm aware there are some things that shouldn't be lost, depending on what it is, you could probably live without it. I can't imagine living without my heart, like Octavian. I would definitely want something like that back, but it should be up to him, is what I'm trying to say. If he wants it back, then of course, but if he also wants to move on, I don't see why that's a problem either.
No, I don't see that at all. I don't think it should. I don't think it is a problem. Hopefully.
Mm-hmm. I don't think so.
Well, perhaps in this case, it might have to wait and see how he seems to be feeling when he comes back, and perhaps we can check in on him when he returns. Perhaps
Absolutely.
he just needs some space to process whatever it is that seems to have befallen him upon arriving here.
Hmm. Ooh.
Ooh.
Ooh. Secrets. Secrets.
As you take this path away from the party, hearing their voices blend in with the distant bird song high up in the trees, there's this sickening feeling that sits within your stomach that almost feels like you're walking a path that you know before. The rocks that suddenly become evident under the sturdy soles of your shoes felt like they have always lived there. The grass begins to rise and fall the same way as a similar path that you tread before, somewhere in a land far away from here. Yet, how can something in a land that you've never been to feel so familiar? Somehow, for a moment, as you begin to walk away from the party, even though you have no idea where you're going, your mind acutely feels like it's taking you somewhere that you do. Your feet move without thinking. It is almost like your heart, a pounding vessel within your chest, housing all of these memories that appear to have been lost somewhere and kept within the past, appear to be dragging you towards somewhere that feels acutely familiar until it becomes so familiar that you hear the sound of an old stream. You've been to one like this in the middle of the forest. Waters rushing and foaming over soft rocks that you've tread over 100 times before, where sunlight streaks through the canopies of trees, allowing beams to cut through and illuminate your path. It's almost nauseating how much it feels not like home, but the closest to it you perhaps ever got. And it carries you out to the side of a river that is accompanied by a waterfall that comes crashing down on one side of it entirely. Yes, before anyone asks, it is just Oz on this map.
Let's go.
You make your way
Yo.
through the protection of the trees, offering you shadow, to a point where you see this waterfall come rushing over the side of the cliffs, moss clinging to them desperately as soft grass sits just up ahead. The foaming of the water that then joins with the river flowing underneath feels so familiar. You remember a sight like this? Typically, the water was much darker, the area more shadowed. Light that was afforded through the gaps in the trees, struggling to do so. You're used to this area being quite dim. The stones here appear to sit jagged in contrast to the ones you knew back home. It feels like a forest path you walked before, but something about it feels so much more vibrant. The sun is brighter, the trees are more verdant, the grass appears to grow taller. It's familiar, but it isn't. And you are awash with this deep sense of longing, a sorrow for something that has been taken from you, a yearning for something that you cannot get back. The sight is a little bit off-putting, uncanny, and as you go to bathe in the waters of this river, they are comforting, cool against your skin. A welcome reprieve from the journey that you've had and how unclean you felt. It wouldn't be the first time in your life that you'd felt such a way. The waters of the river have always carried you to safety, and seemingly these ones would as well, as distant from the ones that you're so used to. You manage to clean yourself entirely. The waters are cool and pristine, and the river once runs clear underfoot even after you've managed to wash off. But in the distance, just as you manage to get yourself clean, looking out over into the grass where somehow in the light of the sun it begins to turn almost a golden colour, a path that cuts through the corner where a jagged stone bridge has formed from one part of the riverbank to another, separated by a wooden path. There is a flash of a very familiar steeple in the distance. And for a moment you feel your breath hitch in your chest. It just peeks out amongst the tall of the trees with branches that almost conceal it. Cool grass that shoots up with accompanying flowers that bloom in different colours. A familiar stained glass window that bears no light from within. When you blink and you rub your eyes, it's not there. It vanishes almost as if it was a vision, a hallucination. You're not quite sure what it was, but for a moment it doesn't feel like you're in this place called the Feywild. It feels like a road that you walked 100 times before. It would be tempting to linger among this site. Your heart is perhaps now racing within your chest, so loud, beating like a drum in your ears. You feel it at the forefront of you, of your chest, pulling you towards this site and not relenting even as you stand within the serene scene around you. You're aware that if you don't get back to the group quite soon, they might come looking for you. But surely you're afforded a couple minutes where basking in the glow of a time long gone wouldn't hurt at all, would it? I'll let you play off this as ever you wish, Earl, and when you wish to go back to the group, I'll put you back on the other map.
Of course. Oz is filled with a strange sense of nostalgia and sorrow at the same time. These flashes of, like, images from his past, hallucinations, his mind playing tricks on him, he couldn't quite tell. But he definitely does feel far away, and all of a sudden he doesn't feel like the young man, but instead maybe a young boy, deep down in his heart. So it took him back to a time that he'd almost tried to forget, and then comforting times as well, but he knew that soon after, heartache always followed. After collecting himself in the river, he would have stared hard at his reflection, still only seeing himself as his blood-stained teenager, as he's always looked in his reflections before. Before he gathers himself again, not even having braided his hair yet, and gathers his things and goes back to meet the others, having one last forlorn look behind his shoulder at where the steeple was, just perhaps a moment ago. But again, he never knew if it was just his mind playing tricks on him before he made his way back to the party.
The last sight that you catch is just before you head back to the party is your own reflection in the river. In the pristine waters that run clear below you, they offer a vivid reflection back of the man that you are. Lines within your face that perhaps have not always lived there. haunting past deep within the voids of your pupils. Whispers of a time long lost, kind of voices that have entangled themselves into the plait of your hair. You wonder perhaps if the reflection of the river would be so kind, if it would perhaps be able to show you what it is you've lost, what you know it is that is missing. But it doesn't. At least it won't yet. But if Vivi's journey that you've witnessed is anything to go by, then perhaps there is hope that this place, which is so unnervingly familiar, so disconcertingly warm, may shine its light on you in the same way that it did her. And I will take you back to the rest of the group.
Thank you for indulging me.
Oh, you're so welcome.
That
My
was
pleasure.
really good. I'm
Yo.
so sad.
Yeah.
I love him.
I wish my fiber fog wasn't so bad right now because I really do want to be playing him better, but my brain is a bit.
You did
Right now.
so
You've got
good,
you've got more than enough
though.
time, darling. Don't worry. You don't even have to worry. That wasn't even. It's not. You undersell yourself.
You
Honestly,
do.
that was, it was,
You
It's so
fucking
sad
do. That
because
was so good.
rivers and waters are usually so comforting to him, so like having that feeling is really like unnerved him for sure.
And you sold
Have
that.
you-
You really did.
as you walk back to the group, leaving the rushing waterfall behind, the soothing trickle of the river, growing further away as you return to the safety of the group. The feeling of comfort stays with you. It's one that doesn't come without a sense of unease, but it's not unwelcome either. You'll all see Oz break through the trees again, looking a mite cleaner than
How
he did
wet is
before.
he?
I'll let
He's
him
still kind of wet.
describe
He's a
that.
bit
Yeah.
distracted, to be honest. He's not like cleaned himself up as much. A little damp in some areas. A lot of his hair's still down. You can see he's like kind of clumsily folding it into braids,
Hey.
but it's definitely not as neat as it was before.
Oh, we're gonna fix that. Salem, I'm sorry you can't jump up right now. How are you, baby?
Sorry, I'm
Oh, yes.
in Salem.
Hey?
Why is there two Oz's on the map? I missed to ask. I'm sorry.
I can only see one.
That's
I can
with you.
see two.
Oh, I can see
Oh, yeah,
two
there is two.
now.
Where? Oh, there is
My
two.
evil twin.
Evil
Oh, there we
twin.
go.
That's Zoe.
Yeah.
That's so. No.
um, upon seeing Oz return from the woods, Vivi will sort of like raise her hand and give like a little wave over and go, "Oz, darling, over here. Is everything all right?"
You'll see as he like lifts his eyes from his braid and just kind of meets yours, and he offers you kind of like a half-hearted smile as he just kind of picks up his pace and rushes back over to everyone, a little breathless, with his heart still hammering in his chest, though he tries to play it cool. I'm so sorry if I took longer than necessary. I got a bit distracted. It's beautiful here.
You clearly rushed? Did I say rust?
Clearly
Rust.
rusted that, yeah.
Yeah, no, sorry. You clearly rushed yourself. Your hair is a mess.
My apologies, my lady. I didn't even realize. I guess I just didn't want to keep you all waiting.
Nonsense. Neil, let me fix it.
And you just see him like kneel down better because he's a good boy and he does what he's told.
I think we all would be in that situation, let's be honest.
Odette is going to
You will see
spend
that he has
a lot of time.
extremely long hair. Like
Yeah.
when it's out of the braid, you will see that it's way longer than it is. Like his hair in his braid goes to like see where his knees are.
Mm.
So like when it's out that, it's like even longer, and he's just like a massive poof of white hair, and he's kind of got the resemblance of like a dog with like shaggy hair covering his eyes. If it's like considered he's a bit embarrassed.
Yes.
kind of hiding his face with like some kind of pink tinged ears.
You know, I've seen many noble women in Baldur's Gate with longer hair than me, but I think you take the cake, Oz.
You flatter me, my lady.
Oh no, I'm being serious.
Uh,
Oh god, Roddy. Not the
the
smiley
smiley
face.
face gets
Oh,
me.
It
Like,
stresses me out every
I want
time
you
I
to
see
know.
it.
I want you to know. I've been like white knuckling my desk chair since we got here.
Oh,
If
I'm
I
honoured.
smile, me too.
yeah.
Yeah, everyone.
Bye.
Odette's
Second
going to weave your. I'm assuming they're like silver thorns or like metal.
It is. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's silver thorns like braided in between his hair.
She's gonna make sure those are placed correctly as well. She's used to seeing how you do it and having long hair herself.
Mhm.
She knows how to deal with her own hair very well. Like her hair's probably back up in the little bun that she
Yeah.
normally wears. It's like a pleated bun that she wears as well. So
Oh my god. Forgive me, my fucking Roll20's been a bit funny right now. There we go. Now I've got my character sheet open, so it's a perception check. My apologies.
don't be silly.
There we go.
There are a myriad of birds with brightly coloured feathers that appear to sing songs of greeting towards you, high up in the branches of the trees around you that offer you a modicum of shadow in the early evening sun as it begins to dip down into the horizon. It's very easy to just look over them and regard them as normal birds. But you'll notice that just behind you in this tree, there is a bird that is singing a song that sounds a little bit more mechanical. And taking a closer look at it, I want to say, Vivi, Trillian, you probably notice this. So there's almost like a robotic tone to the song. The notes that it appears to produce from its vocal cords are a little bit too perfect. And I think you notice that this bird resembles a sparrow, but you notice very quickly that it's clockwork. And you'll see as it begins to sing that there is a mechanism on its back that looks like one you'd turn in order to activate something. That suddenly the leaves look more metallic, that the sheen that it dons is simply the metal shining off the sun that manages to peek through the gaps within the trees. And as you notice it, it stops singing its song, looks towards you with its beady eyes. That you can tell now in all of its gaze does very much look like a construct rather than a creature. And then will begin to flap its wings, take flight, and immediately fly in the other direction.
You will sort of just like raise a hand and like point towards it, and just like her mouth will just open and watch it fly away, and she'll just be like, so her mouth will just be open. She won't say anything, but she'll just look at it as if to say, "What is that?"
Hmm?
I'm not on Lonely Island again, am I? Did anybody just see a bird that seemed more like a automaton than an actual bird? They
No,
didn't
I,
know who it
I,
was.
I'm pretty sure I saw that as well. That's a very strange thing to see. I don't know what that means or why it's there. But it was definitely some kind of creature, I guess.
Oh, for a second I thought I was truly going mad again here, but yes, how peculiar.
I can't say I caught it, but if you both saw it, then I believe you. Which direction did it go?
I would say you probably weren't able to tell. It very much just flew upwards, and then you lost it, I think, in the array of birds that appear to
Yeah.
currently
I think
look
he was
like
just asking
passing
them
figures
in
painting the
general.
sky overhead. Yeah, no, absolutely. Also, there's something I wanted you, I want you to notice on one of the trees that you passed coming back as well. There's no perception check needed for it, but just on this tree here, if you're all looking over at it, there appears to be a wanted poster nailed into the trunk.
Oh.
So he would have noticed that as he walked by, I guess. I'm guessing that Odette is maybe finished braiding his hair.
Yeah, she's deft with her fingers. She's pretty good at it.
He stands up and like looks at your handiwork, and you can see like a blush kind of spread across his face as like a small kind of contented smile. As he's not had someone braid his hair in quite a long time, so it's you can tell it's maybe touched his heart quite gently and greatly.
Oh.
And he just turns to you and he says, "Thank you, my lady, again. But do forgive me. I feel like I caught something in my eye while you worked. If you do excuse me."
Oh, you're more than all right.
And he goes over to the trunk and he kind of like motions and looks back to the others to see if they want to follow him.
No, you can't come up with.
Just let her cuddle you, you monster.
I can. I need to take notes. She's yelling at me.
She's baby, that's why.
I know you are. You're so sweet, and I love you, but not right now, honey. She did this on Sunday as well. I swear she thinks I'm talking to her.
Is anyone
Yeah.
else looking at the wanted poster with Oz?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
sorry, so sorry. I got
Not
distracted
alone.
by my girl.
Yep.
You're all good.
Oh my
Okay.
god. Vivi and Odette, they're inside each other.
Whoa, not yet.
As you come over
Afraid, I
to
promise.
the bark of the tree, you'll notice that the bark is beginning to wither. It's almost grey. It doesn't look very healthy, but nailed into the side of its still robust body is a wanted poster that looks like this, and I'm going to read you what it says. I'm going to do it in Skabatha Nightshade's voice. Right, where is it? What? Okay. It says at the top of the wanted poster, wanted, Will of the Feywild. And the text on the poster will say, can you see it says special offer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it says, just below it,
This sorry wretch has stolen from me. Deliver him to me alive and unharmed, and I'll give you back 10 years of your youth.
Granny, and then it says signed by Granny Nightshade.
Holy moly.
10 years of our youth, does that mean more memories, or are they actually saying age? What
I
exactly are they
imagine.
offering on this?
I feel like that would be age. Like, I don't know.
I'm longer lived, so it wouldn't really make much difference to me. But if we could use it to bargain for any of you, then maybe it's perhaps a kind gesture of fate to see this. Maybe we could ask Clapperclaw if he knows anything.
We can. Clapperclaw, do you know anything about this? And Trillian will gesture towards the wanted poster that Oz has.
Yeah, who's
You'll,
Will?
see Clapperclaw come up to the poster and go,
Oh, well, it's good to see Will still up to his old tricks again. Will of the Feywild has been a thorn in Granny Nightshade's side for a long time, but he's the leader of a gang called the Getaway Gang. I was hoping, actually, on our trip here, we'd get to find them again. They're a gaggle of lost children led by a boy named Will of the Feywild. Granny Nightshade calls him Rapscallion, but really, he has a good heart. Hopefully we'll find him and you'll see what I mean. But they're over at a place within Tither called Little Oak. I'll have to take you to them sometime.
And he will look at the reward that's like written under the poster, just like pushing past you to look at it. Say, offering something for his capture again. Granny Nightshade doesn't like that Will of the Feywild helps children escape Granny Nightshade's clutches. Usually they go missing, and it's because he's rescued them. He'd be a good friend to have, actually. I hope that we'll encounter him in our time here, maybe. If you're looking to get something back from Granny Nightshade, then, well, he'd be a good ally to have.
Very good point. I wouldn't want to exactly turn him into Granny Nightshade if he was a good person, so maybe it's like you said, we can make allies with him.
Well, I don't think 10 years would make much difference to me anyway, so I don't plan on turning anyone in soon.
You can see Oz, like, his ears like go down a wee bit when he hears you say that because he thinks you're making reference to what we saw that during that. So you can just see he goes a bit awkward and he tries to kind of lighten the mood again. Right. So Clapperclaw, would you have any idea where we could find this friend of yours?
he nods happily and says,
Yeah, he's usually at Little Oak. Well, I say Little Oak, but Little Oak is actually a treant, so we could find them anywhere, really. Welcome to Tither, first of all. It's a mite nicer than hither, but you'll find that the darkness that lurks within is still just as insidious. It's just less obvious. The shadows that move around here are usually keeping eye on us, and just like that sparrow we saw just now, usually that means Granny Nightshade's listening. But we'll find our way to Loomlurch. I think it's best that we're just prepared before we do so. If we're going to go and face her, and we need to reclaim something of yours from her, then it's best we go in well prepared. I've not been here for quite some time, so I thought it would be good to maybe get acquainted with people that I've not seen in some time. Learn what they know, and if there's any new things about Granny Nightshade that we should know, that might be able to give us a bit of an edge. I think if we find Will, he'll be able to help us. But at the very least, arriving at Loomlurch would be a bad idea. Granny Nightshade keeps her domain quite well protected, and she probably already knows we're here. That being said, that doesn't mean we can't use things to our advantage and see if we can get the upper hand on her. This here is Nib's Cave. I have a friend inside here that I'd like you all to meet. If there's any news that's coming out of, well, Tither that's new, then he'll know. When you're ready, just follow me and we'll go say hi.
Well, of course. It seems we're in your capable claws yet again, Clapperclaw. Lead the way, little one. Thank you once again. And he gives you like a little curt bow and smiles at you, just delighted with the friendliness that Clapperclaw presents in such an uncomfortable situation for himself.
Man,
yeah,
Oz is so happy. He's lost 2 ops in the last, like, hour.
Clapperclaw
He
will
would be happy if
seemingly
he was more sane at the moment.
Clapperclaw will hop once and twice in delight towards yours and say,
Oh, thank you. I try my best, and I'll keep doing so for our journey here. Anyway, follow me.
and you'll see as Clapperclaw will turn and then head towards the entrance of the cave if you'd like
I
to go and follow him.
just love him.
He
I
is
love
the
him
most
so
delightful wee
much.
creature ever.
I love him so much.
I want a wee figure of him so bad.
Oh, same.
Like a wee clay
Oh.
figure. Oh.
I am going to go ahead and tell you what it is you see inside here. So, I've got a mood here for you as you're outside this cave as well.
Ooh.
As the
Ooh.
shroud of the trees holds you close within its protective canopy, the darkness as the day begins to fall gives perhaps rise to a golden light that begins to glow outside of a cave, one that you've not too long just arrived outside of. Cozy torchlight radiates from within on this wooded hillside that you find yourself on. And 20 feet from the cave is. Oh, okay, sorry, I'm describing it in reverse order. So you're about 20 feet from the tree with the weathered sheet of parchment nailed to its trunk that was a wanted poster for Will of the Feywild. As you walk inside the cave, I'll describe you what it is that you see here. Feel free to follow Clapperclaw in. Inside the cave, a wizened old man wearing a blindfold sits at a spinning wheel surrounded by piles of gold. As he spins, he reaches down and grasps handfuls of coins, which transform at his touch into gleaming gold fibers. And at this point, you will hear as Clapperclaw, I've got a picture to show you here actually as well. Clapperclaw will wave one of his lobster claws in the air, clacking them with glee as he sees seemingly an old friend, and he will say, and you'll hear the man croak from behind his spinning wheel, who'll pause for a moment as he almost goes to drop a handful of coins and say, "Who has dared set entry into Nib's cave this fine evening?" And then Clapperclaw will seemingly, giant snail, very chipper, say,
Nib, it's me, Clapperclaw. I've brought some friends to meet you.
and then you'll watch as the man behind the spinning wheel will, his face will grow into a smile as he chuckles and will say in your direction, "Aha! Well, Clapperclaw, isn't it a pleasure to hear your voice again? Why, it's been quite some time, dear boy." And the man here is Nib, and I'll show you this cool picture that I have for him. This is quite literally where he's sat at the moment.
Oh, that looks sick.
Mm.
Love it.
Bathed in golden
And
light.
you will. I think the first thing you notice coming into this cave will see this man. He's unarmed and sat at a spinning wheel. He's wearing a blindfold. And around him are, I can quite literally tell you, there is a total of about 27,213 gold pieces heaped in piles on the floor around him. The room around you glitters in the reflection of this golden light. It's almost an ethereal sight, were it not for the shadows around the room that seemingly dance and almost have this very intense focus upon Nib. And I'll allow you to introduce yourselves, or go ahead and ask Nib what exactly is his predicament here. As we travel through the Feywild on your journey, the good thing about why I'm stopping you at places like this, for example, is they're a great way to find out what it is you can. I think you got this from Hither, so I'll just rephrase it. Every location you find, every NPC you encounter usually will have information about the hag that rules over that part of Prismere.
Mhm.
So all of these are ways for you to gather information, learn about the people that are here, why they are. Usually you'll find them in a plight that is pitted against that hag. So I will go ahead and let you introduce yourselves, ask Nib who he is, and I will give you a very cool bit of information in a little bit once I figure out what your passive perceptions are. Go ahead.
Do excuse us barging in like this unannounced, sir. I hope you won't mind us taking shelter here for a little while. And it's nice to meet you.
He waves a hand through the air. The smile continued on his face and says, "No, no need for apologies. It's a welcome sight having new visitors here. Usually I'm a little wary of those who come this way, but if you're friends of Clapperclaw, then consider yourself a friend of mine. My name is Nib. I have taken up residence in this cave, given my predicament mostly due to the life I lived before I came to this world. But I suppose that I am here, as all, most are, through the whims of Granny Nightshade."
Hmm.
Hmm.
Well, it's very nice to meet you, Mr. Nib. My name is Oz, and then he turns around to the others and kind of gestures for them to introduce themselves.
Vivi at this point, she will, there's a sort of a smile across her face that again feels quite similar to before, where she goes, "And any friend of Clapperclaw's is a friend of ours. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is the songbird of a Sword Coast Lady, a song laureate of a lyre and flutist of turning age, Vivi. It's a pleasure."
I'm
He'll
Adet.
stop at his wheel as you introduce yourself, Vivi, and say, and there'll be like a brighter smile that fills his face at this point, and it says, Oh, the one and only. Well, young girl, I've heard your name before. Not through myself, but I was not always here within Prismere, you see. I hail from a city called Waterdeep. I believe that
Mhm.
might be where I've heard a title before. But do correct me if I'm wrong. This memory grows rusty as does this spinning wheel before me, you see.
This anyone around will notice Vivi's like face, like again, just like for a split second, it's almost like her eyes sort of twitches, hearing Waterdeep. She just goes, I've been known to travel across Waterdeep. Yes, yes, I'm sure that's probably where you've heard my name from. I've been in Waterdeep many a time. That's probably where you have heard my name from. Uh, 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 uh.
Vivi? Vivi, you're acting kind of strange.
Is that unusual for Phoebe there?
No, it's just as soon as he mentioned Waterdeep, she started panicking.
Hmm.
She kind of like looks over at Nib and she goes, uh, I have several friends that go by the surname El Torchel. Do you perhaps know of them? I'm known to be quite close with the family. Haha.
He raises an eyebrow while he returns to his spinning wheel and says, "The name is familiar. A noble house, if I recall correctly. But it's all been, well, quite some time ago now. I've entirely lost track. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm sorry that I cannot be more hospitable, but as a token of my gratitude for bringing me some new voices, I would be happy to," and he'll gesture to the piles of gold around him, "conjure up something of help for your journey."
I mean, you'll see Truly just kind of almost like an infinite put her hand up, going, I don't mean to be rude though, but I do have just one question. Just gonna wait for him to answer first.
He'll nod enthusiastically and says, "Of course, ask away."
So if you have some kind of obviously contact with Vivi in Waterdeep, why are we finding you here in this cave surrounded by what looks like to be a lot of gold?
He wordlessly goes back to spinning his wheel, and there's a bit of a pause and says, "Well, you see, Waterdeep's far away from here. I led a cruel and heartless existence. I earned these riches exploiting my tenants' misery, buying up condemned property and renting it out for an exorbitant fee. But Granny Nightshade is helping me make amends. I wanted to put my bad deeds behind me and my ill-gotten gains to good use, I told her. So she cursed me to dwell forever in this cave, spinning my gold into useful items for anyone who comes my way. Do let me know if you'd like something in particular. If not, through the sound of your voice, I'll try to come up with something that's fitting." And he'll go to take a handful of gold from his side. And you'll notice that at this point he will stop spinning his wheel, bringing it to a halt, and he will produce a pair of knitting needles, and will look towards. Well, he won't look towards you because he's blindfolded, but he'll turn towards you, sort of expectantly.
I think Truly will just turn back to Buddy, going, do we want to do this? Do we want his help?
Clavicle will nod, actually, very assuredly, and says,
Nib didn't used to be a good man, but he's one now, and I can only speak to the quality of the items that he makes. I always tell him that when I come by, he doesn't need to do anything for me, but seemingly for other visitors, he's always so willing. I think it's, well, after the life he's lived, it's not the worst curse I suppose he could have fallen into, but I can really speak for the quality of his work, so if he's asking, then I suppose it would be rude to reject him, no?
I suppose that makes a certain amount of sense. Shall we?
I don't see why not.
If perhaps you all can think of something useful, I can't seem to think of anything that could benefit us at the moment. I'm sorry, my mind seems to be a bit far away.
He'll go ahead and just pick something for each of you. Unless if you don't specify, and the things that he actually does spin are pretty useful. So I'll go ahead and just
I mean,
whoever steps forward first, I'll let you know what he does. So
from a OC note, armor, but hey. I know. I guess Trillian being the last person we'll talk to, and we'll just walk away. Well, I think we should trust you. So, okay. Do you need me here, or do you need to just make something? What do I do?
he'll turn to you and say, "Don't worry, dear girl. Not dangerous at all. Just give me a few moments." And you'll notice that he quickly, within the palm of his hand, the gold will begin to melt into a spool of golden yarn. And as he very quickly works with a pair of knitting needles, despite his old hands, which clearly have shown the length of time he's been alive, they're still very deft, and he expertly begins to spin the yarn into. Let's have a look here. To you, Trillian, you'll realize that it soon begins to take the shape of an amulet, and you'll notice that this amulet, much like the golden yarn he spun it from, retains a golden luster, but seems to immediately. Let me just see if I can get a picture of this amulet for you. I'll show you a picture after. This is he'll hand this towards you, Trillian, once it's done. Managing to take the form of an amulet with a very large oval-like pendant. And he will hand you what is an amulet of proof against detection and location.
Okay. I think she'll take it and just be kind of a bit amazed that he could make that and just go, oh, thank you so much. I'm sure this will come into very useful. And then she'll just kind of put it all over her neck and then just kind of walk back and then look to everyone else and go, I think he's okay. This doesn't appear to be trying to kill me yet.
Fascinating.
He'll offer you a very kind smile as he hands it over to you. Trillian, you'll notice that as he was working, and if any of you are looking towards him as well, that as he was spinning the golden yarn into this amulet, there appeared to be several apparitions lurking behind him. And I'd say that seemingly with the flicker of the candlelight, they seemingly appear and disappear. And you'll notice that one of them perhaps looked like a grubby child peering over his shoulder. In the shadows at the back of the cave, there looked for a moment as if there were a gaunt coachman. And you'll notice that these quite literally come and go as quickly as the candlelight wicks its light across the cave. They don't seemingly go to harm him, and they don't go to harm you either. They're just something that you observe as he works and then hands you this amulet, Trillian.
Okay.
Ronnie?
Mm-hmm.
Is this cave, like, relatively dark? Like, does Odette find, like, comfort in the shadows that are here, or do they unnerve her?
I would say so. They are. I think they're less shadows, more apparitions. You're welcome to ask him what it is that's happening. He doesn't seem to be shaken by them, even though
Yeah.
he clearly seems very well aware of their presence. So you can go ahead and ask him if you want.
I'm curious, yeah. Odette's gonna step forward. And she's gonna say to him, I can't help but notice that you have people in the form of shadows checking up on you. Why is that?
He nods, understanding your words and seemingly the query that you have here, and he says, he gives a very deep sigh from within the cavern of his chest and says, I am haunted by my own words. As long as my ill-gotten gains were put to good use, my bad deeds would remain behind me. You are beholding the restless apparitions of those I hurt in life. They lurk behind my back, tormenting me with pokes at my ribs and whisperings in my ear. But I cannot bear to look them in the eye, not after what I did to them. So here they shall remain, and so shall I.
Hmm.
He'll go to take another handful of gold, turning it seemingly and seamlessly into golden yarn in his hand as he'll begin to start knitting something seemingly for you, Odette.
Hmm. So this is part of your curse then?
He nods a single hum in agreement with your question and says, quite so. All things considered, I deserved worse. But Granny Nightshade has given me the opportunity to make amends. If this is the curse I must suffer, the weight I must bear to right the wrongs that I committed in life, then so be it. It is comfortable. It is more than I am afforded. And you'll realize that as he's knitting, he's talking to you still, Odette.
Yeah.
And you'll notice that he's knitted you a pair of gloves, and he'll hand them towards you and say, it allows me to help those who really need it. The gold that is laden across this cave was mine in life, and now I use it to aid travelers who would benefit from it more than I. And he will hand you a pair of gloves, and these are a pair of gloves of thievery.
Sick.
Hmm.
Oh. Odette takes them very gently and she bows her head. I thank you for your gift. Um, you keep mentioning that you were bad in life, but you sit before us as if you are alive. What do you mean by that?
I suppose by all laws of the living, I am befitting an age where I should be dead. I am but a human, but seemingly with the curse that Granny Nightshade so kindly chose me, I have lived past the point of what I should have expected life to be. Thus, in this life that I've taken on here within Prismere, when I refer to my life, I talk about it back in Waterdeep. Here I am making a new sort of existence for myself. But I'm still very much here, and breathing, and making better out of the man that I used to be.
Hmm. I think that's a wonderful thing, all things considered. She bows her head again and just kind of like steps back.
Oz looks at Vivi and says, would you like to go first, or would you want me to, if you're too nervous?
Phoebe looks towards Oz and she nods and says, if you wish to go first, dear, then I shan't stop you and things, but if you need some more time, then I'm more than happy to step up. I'm not afraid. Mib has been awfully generous and hospitable to all of us. I have nothing to fear. I don't think any of us do.
Well, allow me to let you go first then. It's always more polite to let a lady go first. And I'll kind of like bow a little bit and let you, you'll move out the way for you to walk over.
bless him. Vivi gives him a very sort of soft smile as she goes, "Well, if you insist, dear, thank you." She will take very sort of elegant sort of steps forward and say, "Well, thank you so much for all of your generosity here, Nib. It's been a pleasure to meet you, and it's very, very generous of you to offer to help us along our way."
He nods, offering you a very comforting smile as he takes another handful of his own gold, melds it into yarn, and begins to very quickly knit in front of you and says, "You are most welcome. I find that I am putting my wrongs to rights with every item that I spin. Some would consider it a curse, my Granny Nightshade, but I suppose, in a manner of speaking, it is a gift. Where the people of the prime material plane perhaps would have taken me to the city guard, chosen to hang me in the gallows, I find comfort in knowing that this life, this existence that I now have prolonged, is doing something with the gold that I acquired. As unfair as it was, it is a reassurance to be able to put it to good use. It will benefit someone else. It will have no benefit for me." And just as he finishes his sentence here, Vivi, you'll notice that he has actually begun to knit together a very intricate-looking wand. And he will
Ooh.
hand this towards you, and this is a wand of secrets.
Oh, very nice. Oh, fantastic. That's so cool. Nice. Vivi will sort of like gasp a little and her hands sort of clasp together like a little like flap, like, "Oh, this is so interesting." She'll very gratefully and elegantly sort of go to accept the wand and give it a sweet little swish and see how it feels in her hands as she goes, "Isn't this wonderful? Thank you ever so much, Nib. And it's wonderful to know that a soul such as yourself is a example of no matter where one stands in the world, it seems one can always do better to mend the mistakes of the past and make a change for themselves. That's very noble of you."
You're very welcome, Vivi. And quite so. This is a chance that I perhaps would not have had on the prime material plane back in Waterdeep. I will be grateful for it all the same. May the wand serve you well. And you'll watch as the gaunt coachman looming in the shadows at the back of the cave will disappear as he was working Vivi, and you'll notice that the next apparition will look more like a long-faced woman dabbing at her tears with a handkerchief. And seemingly as you step back and Oz, I presume, will step forward, you'll watch as this apparition vanishes and another will appear as you step forward, Oz, and he will take another a handful of gold into his hands, melt it into a golden spool of yarn, and begin very swiftly knitting before you. And Oz, the apparition that you'll see as the other one vanishes and this one appears is a rail-thin waif wearing an eye patch. What is it? Hold on. What is a waif? Oh, it's a homeless person. It's Velen! Sorry, there are like actual descriptions of the apparitions behind him, and it says a rail-thin waif. Waif is obviously someone who is homeless.
Eye patch and
I didn't
everything,
know.
it's
And
him.
it's
It's
literally
his
him.
Velen! Hello. Oh my god, they're hilarious. And you'll notice, Oz, that the thing that he begins knitting for you is a lot longer and more intricate than what he has knitted seemingly for the other group. And he'll say, "Even without my lack of eyes, something tells me that a man like yourself might benefit from something like this. I hope it serves you well." And as he goes to finish knitting it, you'll notice that still with its golden luster, embezzled into the trim that is present throughout the length of this item is a cloak of protection for yours. Here you go.
Ooh.
Whoa. Oz is gonna like be taken aback, and he looks at the cloak as it materialized in Nib's hands, and he passes it on to him, and he kind of speechless look almost befalls his face. I don't know how to thank you, Mr. Nib. Thank you. I will wear it well. I do hope your burden will be relieved one day. Is it right to say that once you deplete your gold, you'll be free?
Yeah, lets out a low chuckle and shakes his head seemingly at your question here and says, "You're very welcome, dear boy. I'm not so sure. Seemingly, the amount of gold that I've amassed here, as unlawfully it was taken, seems like it would last me several lifetimes. But I will be ever present in this cave until it does deplete. And I suppose, in a manner of speaking, then I would have paid my penance towards those that I wronged. I considered it punishment at first, but now I see that perhaps I will never fix the lives of those that I hurt through the extrapolation of gold that I took. But this is my way of recompense, a chance that Grady Nightshade has afforded me. In life, I find that from time to time, all will pay some form of reparation. I can't say that word. Reparation towards the mistakes that they have made. Mine was just far more grave. I appreciate any kind visitor that does come by, but trust me, I do not seek for pity more than to help those who cannot help themselves. And I hope in what I have managed to spin for you all, that it serves you well on the journey you have ahead." He'll shift his chair to, turn towards all of you and say, "Tell me, have you come to Prismere looking for a meeting with Granny Nightshade, perhaps?"
You're quite right, sir. She is indeed the hag we seek. We have our own debts to settle and pay with her, one could say.
He smiles a confident smile that looks like it's actually a belief in yours rather than anything else and says, "Then a word of advice, then, before you leave this place. A couple of things to remember that I hope will help you furthermore on this path of yours." I will go ahead and put these in session information, so don't worry about needing to write these down as I say them as Nib.
Thank you.
He'll no problem. He'll turn to you and say,
Angel.
Love
"Three
you.
things about Granny Nightshade. She has a key protruding from her back that indicates her mood by how fast it turns. If you value your lives, keep a close eye on it. When she's happy, the key turns quickly. When she's upset, the key turns slowly. And if she's about to lose her temper, the key will stop completely." Another thing of her. Her domain here takes the form of a workshop. Many children toil away within crafting toys. Granny Nightshade delivers the creepiest toys to children on other worlds to fill their heads with nightmares, one assumes. The hag makes her deliveries on the back of a flying rocking horse. Should you see one across the vast blue of the sky, then you can be certain that it is her that has taken flight. And the last, but certainly most valuable. She is obsessed with capturing a boy named Will of the Feywild. He helped a handful of younger children escape from Loom Lurch. He runs a motley group of rascals known as the Getaway Gang, but to be honest, as troublesome as they are, they're a charming lot. They are protected by a tree in Lake named Little Oak. My curse prevents me from leaving this cave, but if you are looking for them, perhaps to make of them a friend or an ally against Granny Nightshade, I'll point you in the direction of Little Oak's favorite glade. Perhaps you will stumble upon them there."
Man, evil Santa. If
We're
I
calling
had,
we're calling Granny Nightshade Evil Santa. That's so funny.
yeah, if I
Hag
had a
Santa.
penny for every time there was a Santa in my D&D campaign, I would have like 3 or 4 pennies. This is funny. I love this.
I was gonna say, oh my god, it's a nightmare before
Ah.
Christmas. I love it.
I just want to say, Tither is Earl, I didn't do this on purpose, but knowing what I know of you, Tither is the most you realm of like Prismere. So first of all, Granny Nightshade is quite literally a clockwork doll, as are her clockwork sparrows.
I thought so.
Her workshop, I'll tell you now because I have the map for it. It's a dollhouse.
Ah.
Also, little bonus as well for you, Earl. I won't tell you all where. There's a unicorn in Tither. So this is all very Earl coded, and I promise somehow I did not
This is
do this on
fantastic.
purpose.
This is
I went
fantastic.
and read today and I went, oh my god, I've matched Earl to the perfect tag.
You know the
Incredible.
meme of Elmo with like the fire behind him? That's how I feel
Yeah,
right now.
that's you, yeah.
You're
And with
using
that,
all
Nib will
of her
finish,
favorite things against her. I love it.
I
so
honestly
happy.
didn't even do it intentionally. With that, Nib will finish regaling you with his advice to deal with Granny Nightshade. As the last of the apparitions will begin to disappear into the shadows that seemingly scatter and scurry away from the shadowed walls at the back of the cave.
What a legend.
Thank you for
He-
your
he's
wise
actually the goat.
words, Mr. Nib.
He
I'm
is.
sorry. On you go.
No, I was done. I was just saying Nib was the goat. Continue.
Who's the goat?
He is.
Oh, I thought you were like Nib is gonna go, and I was like, oh, I interrupted. Whoops. Thank you for your wise words, Mr. Nib. We will keep them close to our hearts and keep them in mind. I just want you to know that I don't think it's ever too late for someone to make up for the mistakes that they've done, and I think I would echo what Vivi said and say that I think it's very noble of you to want to do so. And he'll give
Gives
him
you a
like
very-
a bow again, just in thanking him for the gifts that he's bestowed upon them.
I'll give you a very deep bow and say, agreed. I will keep trying for my atonement, however that looks. But I am grateful to be given the chance. I'm thankful that my time here allows me to meet pleasant guests, such as yourself. I wish you luck on the rest of your journey, whatever deals you have to strike against Granny Nightshade. May the odds ever fall in your favor, and I hope that you will possess a luck much greater than the one that I have bestowed upon myself.
Odette stands up, and she curtsies and then realizes that he can't see her. And she straightens up and she says, I thank you again. We will be on our way then.
Oz takes one last kind of glance at Nib with like an almost kind of sad look in his eyes of understanding, of wanting to have penance for the wrongs that one has done in life, before he gathers himself again and follows Odette's lead.
Phoebe gives one more kind of very sort of earnest and polite sort of bow, and I thank. She gives his little like wand a flick and a little swish in the air, and she'll go, "Thank you ever so kindly, Nib. Do take care of yourself."
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
He will wave you all off with a very genuine smile, and you'll hear Clapperclaw say,
Thank you, Nib. It was really nice to see you again. I'll come check on you from time to time now that I'm back here, but look after yourself. I hope you get into some really cool items.
and Nib will say, and you too, Clapperclaw, my boy. May your journey be ever pleasant and free of Granny Nightshade's grasp. A pleasure to meet you all. Best of luck with your journey. And he'll wave you all off as he goes back to attending his spinning wheel. And I do probably want to say that, sorry, because I just forgot for him to do this. Clapperclaw does have a map of Tither, and he will give Clapperclaw the directions on Clapperclaw's map, just as Clapperclaw lingers from within, and then we'll join you all outside.
That was his gift.
Yeah, exactly.
Every time I see you, like make them look back and forth, it kills me. It's so funny.
Adam, please share your character channel.
Oh, my character, sorry. You guys will see Trillian. You guys are all looking probably quite happy what you've gotten, and seemingly content with the gifts you've received. But then you'll just, if you were to look at Trillian, you'll see her looking incredibly dour and upset, and maybe somewhat even angry. And she'll just take one look at Clapperclaw, and will just look at all of you him how happy he is, and just go, "No one should be that happy." And she will attempt to rip his arm off.
What?
Yeah. Oh my god.
What the? Trillian! Get a hold of yourself. And Oz is gonna like try and intercept and like stand in front of Clapperclaw.
Yeah.
I accidentally opened
Um,
Neve's sheet.
Wrong person.
Wrong
Um,
person.
I think you'll I'd say, could the rest of you. Sorry, that was Clapperclaw screaming.
Wait, I didn't hear
Stop
it.
laughing.
I didn't
Oh,
hear a
I'll
scream,
do
my
it.
bad.
I'll do it again. Vivi, Oz, could you make me an insight check, please, as you go to do this? Don't worry, you're welcome to step in front of Clapperclaw
Yo.
if you
absolutely.
do. As Trillian goes to move him, but I need you to do this, please.
Yeah.
It's a what, sorry, check?
Insight.
Insight, thank you.
You'll notice that the emerald flames that usually manifest at the end of Trillian's blade when she is in battle almost seem like they spread to the dark green of her eyes for a moment. And as she goes to try and grab Clapperclaw's arms, you manage to intercept her just in time as she seemingly is possessed by almost this urge that seems so otherworldly and far removed from who she is. You'll watch as the flames will dull, subsiding into embers as her eyes return to a normal shade just as this happens. And you'll think that for a moment as she goes to grab Clapperclaw's hands that Clapperclaw actually thinks that Trillian's going to maybe lift him into the air. But as you realise that
Oh.
Trillian's going to grab his arms, which you manage to just get in the way of, you'll see Clapperclaw go, "Please, it hurts!" And as Trillian's strength seemingly weakens on Clapperclaw's arms, and you'll see that he goes to tuck his lobster arms almost into, around his body, into his armpits, and he just turns his gaze to the floor. You'll watch as the very strange glow in Trillian's eyes will begin to fade as Trillian shakes her head and looks like she comes back more to herself. But for a moment, it seems very obvious that whatever moved Trillian to do this was so out of character and weird enough that you would believe that for a moment it wasn't her.
Oh my
But you're not
God.
entirely sure what it was, and that's what unnerves you the most.
You're gonna see Trillian kind of just like take her hand off Clapperclaw's arm, and she'll just blink, look around, and go, I'm sorry, I don't know what came over me. I had a sudden feeling as if I don't know. It's like I almost hated the happiness we all felt, and I couldn't bear to stand Clapperclaw being so jolly, and I had to do something to stop that. I don't know what came over me. I'm sorry.
Vivi would have like rushed, like ran over like as quick as she could to just try and usher sort of Clapperclaw away. And once he's sort of freed, she'll gently sort of take his arms and check over them, a weary eye, but cast her gaze back to Trillian, and her brows will sort of furrow worriedly and say, Has this kind of thing ever happened with you before, Trillian?
I don't. I don't. I don't. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think I've ever been in a situation where I felt such disgust at something so, I guess, minor.
Hmm. Can I throw holy water on Trillian?
Yeah. I think you've got as an action on your sheet, right?
Yeah, I do. I'm just bringing it up.
For holy water on me.
I have an odd feeling. I have a really odd feeling that whatever happened to Vivi when we were fighting the snakes just happened to you. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if something is taking control over you, Trillian, but forgive me. I'm taking precautions here.
Brilliant. Also, you will notice that there's like as Vivi kind of like looks up at you, and kind of as the worry and panic of the moment goes down, there is a sense of like almost like there's something else there, sort of in her gaze as she looks at you, and she goes, "It's something you can't control." And it's reminds me of something.
You'll kind of see the holy water will hit Trillian, and you'll see it kind of almost fizzling as if it's reacting to her skin. And then you'll see Trillian just desperately trying to rinse the water off as it kind of almost burns her. But then it will start dissipating, it'll start evaporating, and you'll see the pain dying down. But Trillian will try her best to make sure no one sees it, and nevertheless look at Vivi and go, I guess you know exactly how I'm feeling necessarily. I don't know why I felt what I did, and I don't know why I couldn't stop it. And then she'll look at Clapperclaw and she'll just go, I'm sorry, Clapperclaw. I don't know why I did that, and I don't want to hurt you, but I'm sorry.
Claw will step forward very warily, seemingly keeping their head down, but will look up at you and say,
No, that's okay. Sometimes we do things that we don't really understand. I don't blame you or anything. I guess it just scared me, and it hurt me a little. But I'm fine now. There's nothing to worry about, Trillian. I'm sure you didn't do it on purpose.
No, not at all. I would never do such a thing to you on purpose.
Okay. Well, if everyone else is all right, then Nib gave me the directions to Little Oak. Well, his favorite glade. And I think if we go there, we might be able to find the getaway gang. So when everyone's ready, we can set off, I suppose.
Can I roll to see if I saw how Trillian's body responded to the holy water?
yes, absolutely. You can go ahead and roll perception.
I will jump on that as well.
No, you said she was doing it really quickly.
I think I'll just let it. I'm just gonna let Adet do it because Adet threw it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Never mind then. No worries.
Me
Yeah,
see
you
things.
absolutely saw. I think you would have definitely almost. It would have looked almost as if there was almost like a black smoke rising from her skin as it made contact. You definitely saw that she would have tried to conceal the pain. You know exactly how that feels. But try as she might, you definitely saw her flinch and seemingly watch her. You'd watch as her jaw would have tensed as she clenched her teeth and her fist with a ball, seemingly trying to conceal this agony that she was feeling. But seemingly as it does subside, this does lessen from her. Something within her does seemingly begin to calm as the water dries against her skin and it doesn't look like it has any further effect. But for a moment, you definitely did see it take effect, and it's quite an insidious one. At that.
Okay. Odette isn't gonna bring it to attention.
She's sneaky like that.
Yeah. We might talk about that later, but we'll see. We'll see. Odette is actually yeah,
mystery mouse
the Skatool that will help us later. Odette's gonna turn to Clapperclaw, and she's going to kneel down, and allow me to check you over really quickly. I don't know how your body is held together, but if anything came loose, I would be beside myself. Are you sure you're all right?
You lift up the yellow sleeves of his tattered shirt, and you'll see that he's very much okay. He's still intact in one piece, and
One Piece?
you would imagine that it's probably, yeah, I know, right? You'd imagine that it's probably like magic that's being held together. He did say that he was
Okay.
constructed by Granny Nightshade,
Nightshade,
so
yeah.
he looks. As you look him over, he looks intact and he looks fine. It just seems like he was mostly shaken up rather than anything else. He's not really got the kind of body that would bear any sort of wound, but
Okay.
from being able to just gently pull on his arms, he seems, he seems pretty solid. He looks pretty fine about everything that's happened now.
Okay. Odette's gonna like, okay. Everything's still attached, you're alright. She's gonna stand and she's gonna dust off her skirt. And she's gonna look back to Trillian and she's gonna say, I would much rather you attack me than him. If that feeling ever happens.
I wouldn't want to attack anyone. I can't explain how hateful I felt. It wasn't as if I wanted to attack anyone specifically. It's just
I don't
I
think
couldn't
Trill would be able
stand.
to choose.
I
Suppose.
just couldn't stand the happiness, which I think that's far more likely to come from Clapperclaw than you. So I don't know how I don't know how to stop it, but I don't want to
Then,
attack anyone, not even you.
then I think it's best you keep your distance from him. Just in case.
You'll see Trillian look a
okay.
little bit sad, and she'll be like, "Okay, yeah, that's probably for the best."
It's okay. I'll stick with Trill, and you make sure Clapperclaw's okay.
Of course.
And Oz is going to turn to Trillian and put a hand on her back and give her like a reassuring like rub. Just be like, it's okay, Trill. I know you wouldn't do that on purpose.
You just see Trillian just like sigh a bit and go, I know, but I still don't want to do it again.
It's okay. That's why we'll be there to stop you. But don't beat yourself up about it, okay?
Yeah, okay.
That's a good girl. And he'll just give you a big smile.
You'll notice fucking Trillian will blush as fuck at you saying that.
I didn't even mean it like that, neither did he. He's so whoosh over his head. And he'll just give you a big smile with his big sharp teeth, even though they look scary, he's awful friendly.
I think Trillian will just look slightly over to Vivian Odette and see if they notice that, and then she'll just like be wide-eyed and go, and she will like if they
Hold on.
see, she
Let
won't
me
say it aloud.
let me
She'll
roll
obviously
perception.
go on.
Let's go.
You'll see Trillian will just
notice.
mouth the words. You'll see Trillian just mouth the words, "What the fuck?"
Odette sees
My
this
boy
and
doesn't
says
even know he's putting moves on
nothing.
people.
Odette sees this and says absolutely nothing, but she smiles.
You know what? Would she notice that?
I
11?
know, probably. I think Trillian is trying to make you notice, so probably.
You know the SpongeBob like grin again, like like the
God.
same grin that you remember when he was shirtless, and she got really flustered. There's just that look on Vivi's face. She doesn't say anything, but she's just got a smile on her face as she wanders over. She goes, "Right, well, no time like the present. Let's get a move on, shall we?" She's like a little giggle under her breath.
Capital idea, V. Let's get going.
Yes, Oz, let's get going.
He just smiles at everyone like kind of unknowingly. You just see he's a bit confused, but he's happy everyone seems a bit higher in spirits now.
This.
Oh god, I love this group. Okay. To the Lost Boys? Wait, is that what were they called? The Getaway Gang?
Getaway
Getaway
gang,
but
they
it's-
might as
it's
well
very
just
like
be
I
the
was
Lost
gonna
Boys.
say.
Like, you know,
Peter Pan, let's
Peter
go.
Pan.
Feywild Peter Pan.
We've got Feywild Rumpelstiltskin, we got Feywild Evil Santa, we got
Yeah.
Feywild Lost Boys and Peter Pan. Love it here.
Oh, did we get did we get Faerun Churchill?
No, that was the beginning.
Yeah.
That's Mortal Plane, Winston
Yeah.
Churchill.
I can't remember what I said exactly.
all right, let's take you through thither then. So, Clapperclaw with a trusty, yet worn map rolled up into a crinkled parchment unfurls from his hands, and he seemingly marches you towards the glade where he believes Little Oak appears to be present at. The path takes you through towering trees that offer you the shade of their canopies, even as the sun begins to set into the horizon, never fully disappearing out of sight, but allowing a golden glow to wash over this part of Prismere. As the leaves under your feet rustle, having to lift your knees high to avoid the thick of the brush. You manage to find yourselves on your journey coming down through a forest path that leads downwards. The distant sounds of a creek begin to trickle into the scene here, as it almost seems peaceful. As the brush call at your side directs you towards a path as you come down the stairs, you will hear the very quiet and somewhat distant sound of 3 distinct voices.
Ooh,
Hello.
nymphs.
You heard that?
Nymphs on a rock.
Oh.
Ooh,
Nymph in the gas.
Uh-oh.
3
Nymph in the
nymphs in
gaff.
the gaff.
As you come down this stony path, worn away, where the dirt pulls back to allow you a relatively safe crossing over where this creek begins to trickle through the brush and just under your feet, you'll notice that you come to a circle of mushrooms, very precariously placed in this clearing in the middle of the forest. It's here that you notice that in the middle are 3 pixies that are sat around a tiny table, sipping tea and nibbling cakes. Their voices would almost be impossible to hear were they not so high-pitched and seemingly to these small creatures they are doing currently the equivalent of shouting. And just nearby them, there is a 6-inch long wedge made of wood lying on the ground nearby. And as you come into view here, they appear to just be bickering to themselves. And you might think, that it might be best to just leave them to their squabble and walk past. Until one of them seemingly notices as you step over this creek onto the dirt path in this clearing, and you'll just hear a voice from a very small table on the floor pipe up and say, "Oh God, hold on 1 second, I've got to take a swig of my drink."
Excuse me? Did you say the debate for us, please?
Debate, you say?
A debate!
Oz kind of like looks to the party to. Do we have time for this?
Vivi kind of perks her head up and goes, "What kind of debate do you mean?"
You'll see as the pixie extends almost a minuscule arm to try and beckon you over to where they're sat. Obviously, there's no way you're fitting around this tiny table, nor do you imagine the tea that they're sipping would come any more than the size of a raindrop, or the cake that they're seem to be enjoying would be more than a crumb to you. But seemingly this pixie will beckon you over and say,
Here, over here, come over here. Me and my girlfriends here are trying to figure out what this piece of wood is that we found on one of our recent forays into the material plane. Could you settle the debate for us, please?
As she walks over and she goes, "Oh, just whenever I hear the word debate, I just think of this group in Baldur's Gate who sit in taverns and try and proclaim to people that our plane is flat and not round. Right, I hope this is nice and quick, however. Yes, we'll be honoured to help with this debate." And Vivi kind of like trots over with a big smile.
Well, in for a penny, in for a pound, I guess.
As
Oz
soon
kinda
as
shrugs.
as soon as Vivi started speaking, Odette just kind of moved forwards.
Yeah.
Oz
She's
was
like,
kind of like,
"Oh,
yeah,
we're doing
definitely
this.
doing this
Yeah,
now.
we're doing this now."
He's like, I tried to get us an out, but
I think I think also you'll kind of see your Trillium will also do a good old-fashioned detect magic as well upon hearing them debating a piece of wood. So she's wondering if
They're
she can feel anything
pixies.
towards the magic.
They're pixies. You're
What
gonna
can she
feel
feel?
magic.
Well, Trillium's a fucking idiot. She doesn't know this.
You know what? You're very correct.
Gee, thanks.
have more faith in
you'll-
Trill. I'm sure she'll do good.
you'll see as they beckon you over, this one pixie goes round to sitting around the table and says,
Here, girls. This very kind group of giants are going to help us solve this debate.
and she'll take a sip from an impossibly small cup and then turn to you and say,
Okay. Hello, giants. My name is Spider Lily, and I think that it's a slice of cake made for a treat.
and then she'll extend her arms towards another pixie in the group, and that same pixie will say,
Hello, my name is Cowslip. I think it's an exercise bench for mice.
and then she'll extend an arm over to the pixie on her left, who will then turn and say,
Hi, my name is Maypole, and I think it's a troll's toothpick.
and if you have a look at this block of wood, it looks like this.
Oh my
Oh, it's a
god.
doorstop.
Like an exercise bench. I'm thinking of ripped mice.
And the first pixie that summoned you over, called Spider Lily, says,
Could you kindly, giants, please settle this debate for us and tell us what this is? Please and thank you.
I'm guessing
Top
there's
of my
no
vocal
magic.
range
There's
here,
no
really.
there's no magical aura around it. It's just a piece of.
No, there
Yeah.
not
It's a doorstop.
Do we even need to like inspect this? Like, can we pretty much tell just looking at it and be like, "That's a fucking
Oh,
doorstop"?
absolutely. Yeah, you can go ahead and pick it up if you'd like, but you're almost certain what it is.
Oz picks it up and it's like tiny in his big hands, and he just looks at it and he goes, "It's a door stopper. You're all wrong. I'm afraid."
You'll there's a collective audible chorus of gasps as the pixies just go, and then one of the second one will who spoke Calthet will go,
Jailstopper, do enlighten us on its magical properties.
It's a bit of wood. It doesn't. He kind of looks to the party a bit confused, like a "help me" expression on his face.
Odette is gonna step forward, and she'll kind of kneel down somewhat, and she'll go, "Well, back in the material plane where we're from, we have these awfully heavy doors, and it's quite tiring to hold them open for some time. Like, imagine a part of a tree just stopping you from getting into an area. We use these door stoppers to keep them open to make it easier for us to go in and out. A very noble thing indeed."
you'll hear
Oz
as they
kind
all
of
look.
sighs relief, as if he's like thankful that Odette came in and explained for him.
I don't want to ruin the magic for the pixies, who clearly think this is significantly more important than what it is.
No,
but
I think it's a good idea. Oz is just again very whoosh.
I love them.
You'll watch as they look towards each other with their mouths agape, and Spider Lily will turn to you and say,
Well, that doesn't seem terribly magical, but I suppose that if you were to hold open heavy doors all day, your arms would get tired.
and then across the table from her, Maypole will say,
Exactly! Who wants to use all their strength doing that? Clearly, it's quite a useful invention, even if it isn't magical.
Odette is nodding along. Absolutely. It's a thankless job, really. And they do it so well. Like, I can't imagine being tasked with holding a door open all day. Like you said, my arms would just be so tired, and I wouldn't have strength for anything else.
Alflip will raise an eyebrow and say,
Well, I suppose it does have some sort of a mundane purpose, but I suppose it still has its uses. All things do.
and then you'll hear like a very faint little clink as they all put their teacups down, and Spider Lily will turn back to you and say,
Well, thank you for your polite explanation, kindly giant. A gift from us.
and then you'll notice that she pulls out what looks like a whistle out of the folds of her clothing here. 1 second, I'm gonna see if I can get a picture of what it is she's giving you, but it probably isn't going to be. I reckon I'm not going to be able to find one. Okay, so she. How do I describe this? She pulls out what at first looks like a folded blade of grass. It looks like just very ordinary, but you'll notice, Odette, that it's in the shape of a whistle. And she'll say, she'll turn back to the pixies for a moment, and she turns to you as well and says,
I like this one. She's polite. Here, since you impressed us the most, if you ever need us again, blow this whistle, and we'll appear to help you. One good turn deserves another.
and you'll notice that as the other two pixies, seemingly, she hands you this whistle made from a reed, begin to fly around this table in front of them, seemingly as the air begins to shimmer, and you'll notice that the table laden with several colourful, minuscule cakes and dainty teacups will begin to disappear, fading from view as they all come back together and say,
May your journey through Prismere be a safe one, kind giants. Thank you for your help.
and you'll notice that they all will wave you a goodbye. And as they just observe up the pot, you'll hear Spider Lily again say,
Maybe this calls for another foray into the material plane. And maybe this time we'll find something actually magical. Let's go, girls.
and then you'll notice that seemingly as their magic begins to coat the air as these specks of glitter float into the space around you, they will give you all a wave, a very poignant and then disappear into the air. It's almost as if they were never here, leaving the circle of mushrooms before you as a picnic site where they once were sat.
It's amazing. I'm still fucking dying over fucking mice work. Like exercise fits for mice.
It's so good.
Can't believe I detect magic to find out it's just a piece of wood.
I told you. Odette is kind of like holding this little whistle, and she looks a little bit dumbfounded by the entire interaction and how quickly it happened and how quickly it was over at the same time. Well, I suppose that didn't take up too much time at all, really.
Oz chuckles and like claps his hands and goes, "Where would we be without Our Lady Odette, huh?"
Aye, aye.
I mean, I don't think any of us expected to have to tell. Have to tell people what a Dawn Stopper is, but yeah, thank you for that, Odette. I think.
Ah. How wonderful you are at undermining my contribution.
I wasn't trying to do that. No,
Either
no,
way.
I was just simply saying I was very
We
weird.
should continue.
Thing
She's
going
just talking over you.
Vivi kind of like follows on from Odette and goes, "Well, this place is always full of surprises. We should not forget that."
She's kind of mad at you still for attacking Clapperclaw, I'm not gonna lie. She's just like,
I like the duck and weave she just did.
yeah, I'm fine.
Just missed that lol.
Oh,
Well, shall we? And he looks at Trillian
Try to-
expectantly and then like starts walking along
it's
with
this.
the others.
I think it's this way.
Yeah, I think Trillian will just go. Okay.
It's so funny. You guys all hear me?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can indeed.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. I was just saying it was really fun.
Oh, we
No,
should
what?
have asked for
Amazing.
directions.
I don't think we heard that, but yeah. Oh. Yeah, we probably should.
No,
It's
don't
too late
worry.
now.
Clapperclaw knows where you're going.
Oh, okay, cool.
Thank you, mysterious thing, voice in the sky.
Thank you, God.
You're
makes me
welcome.
think-
I'm gone.
It makes me think of a reroll Idol because our patron saint was literally Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, she was
It
a
was a big
paladin.
joke.
She was a paladin and her god was just Jesus because it was homebrew.
We just thought it because we just thought it'd be funny.
Yeah. So whenever I had to do prayers as like a paladin, I would just go, "My Lord Jesus," and then I would end with "Amen."
Oh my.
It was like the shortest prayers in existence.
No, they were so good. I worked so hard on my prayer.
Okay.
Did you-
will,
did you
Honestly, I
speak like
can't
a
laugh
born-again
because like
Christian?
Elmater just like kind of looks like Jesus Christ, to be honest, or there's like a
Yeah.
allegory for him basically. Anyway, so I can't say anything.
You will continue on. Just to tell everyone, I'm going to reuse the map that I just used for Oz. It is not the same location that Oz just came to. I just need it to... Go on.
Sorry, we just got raided and there was loud frog noises and a big yippee on the screen, so I just wanted people to be able to hear you.
Welcome, readers.
Hello.
Readers of the Lost Ark.
Yes, sir.
I believe I know the person who just raided you.
Oh, Sel?
Yes, I'm almost certain I know them.
That's crazy.
I
Sel?
recognize the handle. I think we're mutuals on Instagram.
Sel, this is my friend Ronnie. You don't have to dox yourself.
No,
I'm
on the internet.
Do it.
No. I'm saying like to Sel, you don't have to dox yourself, but if you know Ronnie, feel free to say yes.
I recognize your handle. I think we followed each other on Instagram at some point.
Wait.
It's a small world.
I would recognize that
after all.
handle
I was
anywhere.
literally gonna sing that.
Yeah, I'm this on everything. We've definitely met. Yes, hello.
I know.
This
I
is so
you're
love
right.
it.
I swear Ronnie knows everyone.
You do.
I've literally not seen. I've not seen her in years. Literally, I think we met once. Yeah, we were. Oh god, I can't remember where it was. I think we were at like dinner on Central or something, or maybe it was after a con. Oh, it's so good to see you. How are you? I hope you're well. Check out
That is
the handle.
hilarious.
Oh my god, this is fun. I love this. I love finding out my friends know my friends.
This is Maze Infinity War. Yes, Center. We've been having food. I'm pretty sure.
That's so funny. Holy shit.
Oh, it's so good to see you. I hope you're well. Thank you so much. It's so sweet. Oh my god. Hello. The world is so small, man.
Watch you know all of my like UK mutuals. That would be so funny.
I mean, we are basically in the same community, so it's really
Yeah.
it's not the farthest cry of things that could have happened. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. Again, Sel, thank
Wonderful.
you for raiding us, sweetheart. I appreciate you so much. We are playing a D&D campaign right now. And we do D&D quite a lot here. We're doing this campaign weekly, so if you're enjoying it and you're interested in it, please feel free to come back. But if you need to raid and run, please feel free to do so. I love you. Thank you for thinking of me. My sweetie pie.
Yeah, so nice to see you again. Oh my gosh.
It's so crazy.
I was like, I know that hand anywhere.
I recognize you. You, I know you.
Oh my goodness. Oh man, I love life. Anyway, oh, big love, Sel. It's so nice to see you again. I'm sorry, I'm just gobsmacked. Oh my gosh, I've not seen her in years. All right, is everyone ready for me to move you to another map?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, lovely stuff. So you continue on following the sounds of the trickling creek, a peaceful sound despite the shroud in this forest that keeps you within the protective canopy, the motes of sunlight that reach through, illuminating your path here as Clapperclaw very intently follows his map and takes you through the safest route possible. Falling over the worn dirt path as rocks crop up beneath your feet, a sign that many have walked here, perhaps, and many have never returned to the land that they have come from. You make your way over a rushing river with stepping stones to make your way safely across. As trees mark the landscape around you, flanking you from each side as the grass begins to parch, you find your way up a path that leads you to an expanse of green before you, verdant grass that is seemingly soft. And as you do so, you hear the howl of what sounds like a very large, or several very large dogs. I'm gonna. Come on, I should have a howling effect here. I'll be very annoyed if I don't. Here we go. Yep. And just look at the right side of the map, don't look at the left. We're just using the right side of the map here. You will see that... Hold on. Up ahead of you, staking their claim on this grassland here, appears to be 4 blink dogs.
What's
I'm
a
going to show you what
blink
these.
dog, baby? I don't know what that is.
That's a great question. I'm going to show you.
Not much. What's up for you?
Whoa!
Vivi's getting ready
Ooh.
to jump in front of Clapperclaw, like, get down, Mr. President!
What is everyone's passive perception? I know that Trillian and Adet, you both have the highest, so I'm going to just ask you what both of yours are if you know.
15.
Give me 2 seconds. I think mine is 16.
All I can think of right now is, can I pet that dog?
Can I pet that dog?
I know,
pet that
knew you
dog?
were!
Oh no, my passive is 13, I think it says here.
Okay. The howling that's almost discordant and sorrowful stops you in your tracks for a moment, as does the sight of these massive hounds before you. But Trillian Adet, as you come to a halt here, you'll notice that they appear to be surrounding a crudely dug hole in the ground. If you'd like to approach them, I'll need you to make an animal handling check.
Let me see if I've got any proficiency in that. I'm curious.
I don't think
Oh
I
yeah, I will.
do. I'll still go for it. Yeah, yeah. I will join you. No, I won't. Fuck.
It's okay. You can stay. You can stay here.
Is it
The
only
clank of
Odette and
Trillian's-
Trillian? Or can Vivi and
I-
Oz do it too?
Yeah, you're welcome to do it as well. It's just them that spots that they're like what the dogs are actually stood over.
Yeah, Vivi will try. We'll kind of go up and try give that a go. Oh.
The movement of the four of you almost seems to spook the blink dogs. So, and in the midst of perhaps your fear, Trillian and Vivi, you'll hang behind just for a moment. You'll notice, even with the clink of your armor and perhaps paired with Adet's soft footing, that they seemingly begin to retract their jaws as both of you step forward. And as you get closer to them and they seemingly sit back in a more relaxed position, allowing you to enter their space, as their body language seems to reflect, allowing you to come closer to them, getting closer to this crudely dug hole, you will first of all notice that two of the dogs beside you seemingly have items in their mouth. And getting closer to the hole, you will realize that it is actually a shallow grave containing the body of a dead blink dog that is laid out on a reed litter. And beside it appear to be gifts given to it from its fellow blink dogs. You'll see that there appears to be a bone that still bears teeth marks that's been left, and beside it appears to be something in the shape of a ball that you realize looks like they are a mass of weeds tangled into what you would imagine these dogs might have been playing with. And you'll notice that from the other two dogs beside you, one of them will step forward towards this hole and it will place very daintily, you almost didn't notice it within its jaws, a flower down just on the edge of this shallow grave that's violet in colour and looks like it almost is more green towards the centre, brightly blooming and left just beside the corpse of this blink dog. And as this violet flower is placed, another blink dog will step forward and will go to place next to it. It just looks like a very worn branch of a tree, and it will place it just on this reed litter. And as they do this, you will notice all dogs will, on their haunches, tilt their heads back and howl again. And you'll realize that as they solemnly place these gifts for their deceased companions, seemingly to enjoy in its afterlife, that they are holding some sort of a blink dog funeral here for their fellow blink dog that seemingly passed away.
Oh no.
Oz takes a step forward, noticing the somber feeling and, of course, taking in the surroundings and their beautiful ceremony that the fellow blink dogs put on for one of their own. And he takes a solemn nod and then leans down before he lifts his horsehair capelet off of his cloak that is common for a lot of like followers of Ilmater, and he places it on top of the resting body gently, making sure to be slow in his movements to show the blink dogs that of course he means no harm, having been very used to animals in his lifetime.
The dogs will carefully step to the side, allowing you room to enter the ceremony that they're holding. And you'll notice that their eyes are filled with sorrow, their ears are drooping, their body language is entirely not aggressive, seemingly in the middle of their mourning. And they will allow you to do so without interruption.
He places the horsehair capelet on top of the body, and just before he covers its head, he takes his hand and allows himself to take a gentle stroke along its muzzle and its nose before he closes his eyes and mutters a soft prayer in order for its passing into the afterlife before he stands again. I think we should help bury him. It won't take too long if you'll just give me a moment.
No, of course.
Oz, as you go to place this capelet down on the floor, you'll notice that the dogs will almost bow their head to you. You would imagine that this would be their way of saying thank you and expressing their gratitude as non-verbally as it comes. At this point, you will notice that the four of them will go towards the hole and will begin to fill it with loose dirt that is just around where they've dug it in the first place, kicking it with their backed paws until the hole begins to fill, burying their dead companion.
Oz gets down on his knees and starts helping the dogs cover his companion, but he does it with like the utmost gentle grace to it. Like, this is a very this seems like something he's practiced a lot in his life. You think maybe he's had to bury a few people before he stands up again, wiping his hands clean. And if one of the dogs was nearby him, maybe he just gives them like a very gentle like rub on the head.
One of the dogs will allow you to do so, almost pushing its muzzle into your palm as it does this. When the hole is completely covered with loose dirt, as neat as the dogs, with your help, can get it on the surface, where the shallow grave is now no longer visible, nor is the body of their fallen companion, and the dirt is laid to rest, they will all bow their heads at you again, seemingly in a sign of gratitude as well as respect. They will howl as a discordant chorus once more, looking towards you very intently, Oz. It's a very earnest gaze that you share with them, and as they go to do this, realizing that their right here has been complete, you'll watch as the four of them, together, running as a pack, will begin to mournfully lope away, leaving you in the space of their fallen companion, and perhaps to fondly remember the sight of four blink dogs who held a funeral for their lost loved one.
Want to cry?
Yeah,
is-
same.
Oz is quite quiet for a few moments, just taking in the sight as they leave, and he silently gathers a few stones to make an almost makeshift tombstone for it, to mark where the grave is. And again, he shuts his eyes and mutters a small prayer before he gets to his feet once more.
Odette is gonna help Oz, but she's not really gonna say anything.
he'll turn to you and give a thankful kind of smile and nod as you help him up, and he'll kind of gesture for us to start walking again with Clapperclaw.
I think as we're walking, I think Trillian probably not expecting you to turn around or anything, or even reply. We'll just, as a matter of fact, just go. That was an incredibly kind thing you did there. Oh,
You see him like almost stop walking for a second, like with his back still turned to you, and you'll just see him bow his head for a moment and let out a small little chuckle before he speaks. Thank you, Trill. I appreciate that. You can almost tell he's maybe trying to hold back a little bit of tears so he can't look you in the eye before he starts walking forward again.
I'm sad.
He loved animals so much. They were his like first friend when he was a child.
As she kind of like walks on, Vivi will kind of give him a sort of reassuring pat and a sort of soft smile sort of towards him. There's no words of a sort of exchange of words, but there is a very sort of like soft smile and a sort of nod as if to say, as if sort of comfort Oz as they walk on.
Again, he'll offer you a thankful smile. Almost too shy for words at the moment, but appreciating your comfort nonetheless.
Aww.
All right, my loves. As you continue on throughout Tither, Clapperclaw, seemingly quite solemn from the scene himself, he will lead you on past the Blink Dogs, paying his own respects at the side of the shallow grave. As you head north towards Little Oak, with Clapperclaw accompanying you, following where the creek trickles by, a soothing sound beside you, and the trees mark the landscape sturdy at your side. As the ground beneath you is solid and smooth, a path that travellers here have perhaps walked before, feeling intricately familiar to one of you, you manage to make quite a bit of distance. Your feet are almost sore when you reach your destination. Your eyes feel as if they might be closing, and your bodies feel weary. There's no lack of energy, however, as the four of you trek on, making your way towards Little Oak. And I believe I might have... Oh, it's the same handout. And you'll notice as you make your way through a very verdant glade of trees, that up ahead a small group of children frolic around a leafy oak tree, their gleeful yelps carrying through the forest. Painted swings dangle from the tree's branches, and nestled in its crown is a ramshackle treehouse. You soon come to notice that this oak tree is, in fact, a treant who appears to have a very pleased expression carved into its face, as its robust legs seemingly carry it to a height far above these children, who seemingly bear no fear as you approach. I will put you on a map, I just need you to pass something first. As you approach in the middle of this glade, seemingly a protected space from the dangers of Prismere around you, you'd imagine that no peril would find this group of children that appear to very happily be playing around the height of this tree. And you'll notice that one of them, matching the description, in fact, on the wanted poster, will turn towards you as you approach. Three of the children will scamper up ladders, taking cover in their treehouse, but their leader, whose appearance matches the one depicted on the poster, will bark at you and say, "Stand down, or face merry hell!" And he will point at you a wooden sword, which doesn't really look too threatening as you approach them, but seemingly is defiant in the face of the four of you, despite This is what they look like, by the way.
Yeah. The one on the far left looks so much like Link.
Oh god, yeah, you're correct.
Hell yeah.
Oz will put up his hands in a kind of like motion of not to worry, and just kind of shake his head and go, "Don't worry, brave knight. We don't come with any harm. We simply wish to speak with you, if that's all right."
You'll notice that the child here, like, squints at you, not in any turn of apprehension, but almost a look of as if he's trying to figure out if he's seen you before. And you'll hear one of the kids' voices from up in the treetop echo down to the child in front of you and say,
Wait, he looks like the knight from the story that you tell us, the Knight of Silvershield.
and you'll notice that the child in front of you will lower his sword and put it into his belt, where you imagine there would be a sheath for it if there was one, and will say, sorry, I needed to look for the name of the other one who just spoke to him. You'll hear him say, you might be right, Sloan, but still, these strangers, I've never seen them before, and they must be treated with caution. And he'll take a couple of bold steps up to you and say, he'll put his hands on his hip and say, state your name and your reason for being in Little Oak's favourite glade.
You'll have seen when they said Silver Shield that he would have, like, his back would have tensed and he would have just kind of stood still for a moment, almost like complete tension in his shoulders and in his back, taken away for a second before he snaps back to the conversation. Of course, forgive me. My name is Oz, and this is our humble party. We're just looking for safe passage through these woods, and perhaps to speak to. Oh gosh, what was his name again? I need to look at the thing. Will. A certain Will of Little Oak. And if I do say so myself, you do look like the wanted posters, though I don't particularly think it's fair that you're wanted, considering it doesn't seem like you do any crime.
You'll notice that there is a hissing black kitten near his knees that will immediately retract its fangs as you say this. And will turn to you and flash you a very toothy smile and say, so you have seen me on the posters. Well then. You don't look like any travellers I've seen before, but... And he'll look at Clapperclaw and say, but you have this one with you, which means you're probably good people. And Clapperclaw will wave at Will and say,
Hi, Will. I've not seen you in quite some time, but I'm Clapperclaw. I had a different head, I think, the last time we met.
And Will will, like, his eyes will go wide and go, oh, Clapperclaw, you do look a mite different now that you mention it. I like your new old scar. And Clapperclaw will like jump in the air quite merrily and say,
oh, thank you. Yeah, these are my friends, Will. They helped me get it back from, well, I thought Granny Nightshade had it, but it turned out that Bavlorna Brightstraw had it instead. Listen, we've come quite far, actually. We've come from hither, and, well, my friends here have their own problems with Granny Nightshade, as do you. Given that I know that you've been having some issues with her, or rather, maybe it's the other way round, do you think you could let us up into the treehouse and we could chat to you? We might be able to help, and in turn, you might be able to help us.
And Will think for a minute, and he'll pull his mouth into a straight line. You can tell he's pretending to think, but he's already made his mind up. And he'll say, Okay then, you can come in. Welcome to Little Oak. And I'm gonna put you on a very fucking cool map. Actually, this one's pretty sick.
I'm
Let's go.
It's actually,
excited.
you will have to. Oh god, Lauren, there's a slide on this map.
Can
no.
I say something actually? Errol and I don't have work or anything like that in the morning. I don't know about you guys.
Lauren's on Easter.
I'm on my Easter break, so
So
I'm happy to. Yeah, I'm happy to run for longer. I don't need to stop at 11.
yes. Yippee.
I'm also very happy to keep
It's okay,
going.
it's okay to stay up. You're gonna either be freaked out or love this next map.
I'm so
but
excited.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
I'm
No, you're very.
hyped.
Anyway,
I will have
welcome
to,
Little
in a
Oak.
few minutes, go give Button his medicine. So if we could take a 5-minute break or something when I do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Do you want to do that now, as I put you on this map?
Yeah, actually, I think that would be a good idea. I didn't.
Okay.
Oh, it's literally turning 11. So no, that's a great idea.
There you go.
Do you want me to pop my BRB screen on or something like that?
Yeah, you can absolutely go and do that.
Okie dokie, I will do that. We'll be right back, guys. I'm very sorry. I gotta go give my cats their medicine. Be right.
Wow, what a sick map.
This is fucking cool.
A little
This
bird
is sick as fuck.
Click my bedroom instead of my BRB screen. Love that. Here we go. Be right back.
hard to ignore the spider on that one. I think is.
I can't see the spider in my
I
blind.
can't see the
Oh
spider.
no! Ben's talking about a Dark Souls monster
Oh, okay.
boss.
Yes, I remember Quaylag.
Yeah, I said to Ben while you were gone. I said to him, "What is your biggest Dark Souls? Hear me out." He goes, "I want to say Quaylag, but that's not too hard. Just ignore the spider." I went, "Yeah, ignore like 80% of her body."
Doesn't
you're
matter
so
if the
funny.
right parts of a human.
He goes, "I would not be trusted with running the show, brother. I want me to cover Ronnie. That's like when Top Gear lost the original 3. Ben. Oh, you're so funny, man.
But
Alright,
would
one
you be?
second.
Would Ben be Freddie Flintoff in this case, or would he be Matt LeBlanc?
I'm gonna let you answer that question while I put my boulder. Yes.
Ooh, that's a good question.
Or would he be Paddy McGuinness or the other guy? Or would he be that Chris? What's his name? The guy who quit like after a season.
Oh, Chris Evans.
I have no idea.
I watched Top Gear with my dad and my brother, but I only know like the original.
Mm-hmm. Same. I only really know the specials. That's all I really watch of it.
Hmm.
I don't actually watch. I never watch Top Gear like actual like normal Top Gear.
Yeah.
Valid.
The only clip that I can really remember from Top Gear is when they go into that cursed like wax museum and they're all trying so hard not to laugh. Can't remember what country it was in, but it was so funny.
Don't think of into the thick of it.
Into the thick of it.
I'm in the thick of it. But no.
No. Every time I think of that song, all I think of is from the screen, from the screen, from the screen, from the screen. To the pen, to the pen, to the pen, to the pen.
Guys, I'm heartbroken. KFC was shut.
Oh no.
My biggest bane in life is not having Kentucky Fried Chicken. I do the big sad.
That is huge, Saj.
You know, apparently
Heartbreaking.
Yeah.
the
I'm
KFC in
heartbroken.
America is apparently KFC in America is so much better.
I
Too
had
bad I'm never
McDonald's
going to
when I was in
America. That shit is wild over there. Fuck that.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Snaps.
In advance, apologies to any Americans. I'm so sorry for your loss. My condolences. It's looking real rough over there, buds. I'm real sorry.
Yep.
Why's Ben just said mood? Where's my fried chicken at? What did I miss?
Oh, yeah.
Me complaining that KFC is shut, and it's a crime that I don't have Kentucky
Oh
Fried Chicken.
no!
Ah!
Alright, is everyone ready?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Oz is freaked the fuck out though because they said a certain word, so he's not doing okay right now.
You're gonna hear more of that. Anyway,
Uh-oh.
as you manage to
Ah!
follow Will up into the heights of this tree called Little Oak, who manages to stand stationary enough for you to climb up his sturdy trunk of a body, you follow Will ever so carefully into the heights of Little Oak. Where you find yourselves at a very simple treehouse that is somehow decked out with a lot of mechanical moving parts, seemingly made as a way to defend itself from unwanted intruders. As you make your way up into the heights of this treehouse, into the safety of Litloak's branches. Will welcome you in, and you'll notice that the black kitten that appears to be near his legs appears to approach you with caution, her ears back ever so slightly, but she appears to be sniffing you as you all come up the rope ladder that takes you onto this floor. Could you make me a history check, please?
All of us, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
History.
I remember that there were some children
my
in the first session that
Well-
went missing, and I'm pretty sure Selene was one of them.
Hmm.
Was trying to find history there.
I don't
Adam
remember shit about me.
67.
Oh god. That's actually 7-6.
You are acutely aware, and perhaps it is, you've not seen many displacer beasts over the course of your life, but perhaps it is too hasty to generalize them, even in that same breath. Yet this displacer beast kitten, I'm just going to show you all this handout again, just to show you what she
Baby.
looks like, bears a striking resemblance to
I love them.
Durlaground, the displacer beast that guarded the lost property section of the Witchlight Carnival.
Oh my
You remember
God.
her talking about having a kitten of her own, and you connect the dots in your mind from a distant memory and realize that this actually might be her.
Odette is going to approach the kitten and go, "Oh, you look mighty familiar to me."
She will smell you, but then entirely soften this, and she'll go to nudge her cheek against your hand as she seemingly begins to feel comfortable around you. You imagine that she might have caught her mother's scent off the four of you as you arrived in the treehouse.
Will, did you say your name was?
He nods and gives you a very confident smile.
When we were in the material plane, we met a displacer beast called Durla. She mentioned her kitten had gone missing. Can I ask where you found this little one?
You realize that as you say, Durla, the kitten will pike its ears up, turning its head towards you, and mewing very excitedly. And will give her a little scritch of her cheek and say, yeah, I'm pretty sure this little one is Durla's offspring, actually. Found her wandering about here one day. I know the Witchlight Carnival, well, it used to come by here, but I guess Star here has been away from her mother for quite some time.
That's unfortunate. Did you get the? I suppose if you found her, them, you wouldn't know. When we were with Durla, she mentioned 2 children going missing as well. Hold on, what were their names? Don't mind me going through all my notes.
In the meantime, I'm just going to say that Oz has walked up and he's like knelt down with Odette near the wee displacer kitten, and he's took the edge of his braid and he's just playing with the cat a wee bit.
Oh my god, that's so cute.
That's so
Like, you know, the kind of feather toys you do, so he's just doing that with the bottom of his braid of his hair.
What was the name of the kid?
You're seeing contrast. Trillian looks like she really wants to go to the displacer beast and pet it as well, but she is restraining herself because of what just happened.
I think the children were called Vero and Aluin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Will tilt his head left to right and shrug and say, well, every so often, sometimes kids that get lost end up at Granny Nightshade's workshop. I mean, he'll look at Clapperclaw and say, Clavicle said that you guys had a problem with Granny Nightshade, if I heard correctly, right?
Yes, that would be correct. We have a deal to fulfill, for lack of better phrase.
He looks at you with also a sense of, all of you with a sense of pity in his eyes, and he slumps against the wall and says, he sighs very heavily and says, "Ah, then you're in the same plight as I am. Well, anyway, welcome to Little Oak. My name is Will, Will of the Feywild. You might have seen my dashing posters all the way around here. These here are Bobby, Slan, and Zeno. We're the Getaway Gang, as you might have seen. And as you come up to this treehouse, so I'll read you a little bit about it. The floor of the treehouse is covered with blankets, cushions, and piles of straw. Hanging from the 6-foot-high ceiling is by a rope is a basket that holds apples, berries, sugar cane, and a few crumpled up sheets of parchment. In one corner, lying on a cushion, is a rusty oil can that looks out of place. Heaped in another corner is a crude unicorn costume made out of polka dot quilts and a wooden horse's head that has a wooden horn attached to it.
Is this
So
squirty? Is the oil can squirty?
I have my head in my hands right now. You will find out. Maybe. Maybe it is. Okay. Anyway, god damn it, yeah. You can ask about that out of place looking rusty oil can in a minute if you'd like. Anyway, we'll continue, and he'll say, "I'm Will, but I wasn't always Will. I used to be called Mugen. I used to work for Skabatha Nightshade as a kidnapper of children, and in fact, I'm not really a child at all. I'm an Oni, and one day the Hag's sisters, Endelyn and Bavona, placed a curse on me that warmed my heart. I mean, it supposedly did, but I think after that, I felt like it was always warm. You know, there was something in me that always wanted to be good. Apparently, and this is something they taunted her over, they changed my alignment from lawful evil to chaotic good. And I think ever since then, I've, well, quite literally had a change of heart. You know, Prisma isn't the greatest place to be, but after that, I realized what Skabatha was doing. She has so many children in her employ, and I realized that I wanted to strive to help them escape. She assumed that I simply left her employment, and she actually isn't aware of the curse that Skabatha and that Bavlorna and Endelyn placed on me. She also doesn't know that I'm not a human boy. But at the very least, this operation she's running, I want to do everything I can to stop it. That's where I met Bobby and Zeno and Sloan. And, well, we've been trying ever since. I know the way the Hags operate as one who used to be employed by her, and they don't play fair. They use everything to their advantage, and I don't really know about the business of the other Hags, but Skabatha, maybe it's what I look like now, but there's something about the way that she treats those children that just doesn't sit right with me. I've been trying for a long time to free more of them and get them out of her ghastly clutches, but I'm not sure how much you know about Skabatha, but the area that's her domain, the hollowed out oak tree called Loom Lurch, well, it's a pretty deadly place. It's not easy to get in, and if you guys are looking for Skabatha as well, then it'll be the same for you.
Vivi will sort of extend a hand and sort of just give a very sort of polite, charming wave sort of towards everyone the party's introduced to, and she goes, "Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, my dear friend. I have to say, your wanted poster was one of the first things we saw when we came in here, but as it seems, well, it's only proven more fact that nothing here is truly as it seems, and nothing is really what it's like on the surface. That's literally what I just said! My name is Vivi. I am the songbird of us all, coast laureate of the lyre and the flutes of the turning age. It is a pleasure. It's a mighty lovely little place you've got here. It's very charming.
You'll notice, Oz, as you're within here, that all of the other children appear to be looking at you very curiously. As if you catch their gaze, they seem to giggle and seemingly escape to other parts of the treehouse. But they seem to be looking at you with an abject curiosity that borders on what you would believe to be admiration. Will continue to you all and say, "Well, he tries to do Vivi and says, I'm just gonna call you V. But anyway, it's well, nice to meet you all. I've been planning for quite some time to figure out what I can do about Skabatha. I don't like the way she runs things, and I don't think it's all fair. Not that hags play fair anyway. But as of late, I conceived a daring plan to free the children still being held prisoner in Loomlurch. If you decide you want to help, hey, if you need to get there anyway, then maybe we can work together.
Not a bad plan, if I do say so myself. And Oz will kind of stand up. You can see he's a bit uncomfortable because he has felt the extra gazes on him, and his cheeks are maybe just a little flushed. He's a bit embarrassed. He's not used to having this many people stare at him, especially with such kind, admirable gazes. And he looks to the other party members to see how they feel about the situation, kind of cocking his head to the side.
Well, we have a deal with Bevlorna. We need to get something for her. And we have a very short amount of time in order to do that. Forgive me for asking this, but how quickly can you enact that plan?
He scratches his head, thinks for a while, and says, pretty quickly, actually. If there's something you need to get from Sigabatha, then, well, if you help me enact this plan, if you need to go into her lair and get something, hey, one heist for another, right? Her lair's built around the twisted workshop carved out of an interior of a gigantic oak tree that's fallen over. It's operated by kidnapped children who are allowed a small measure of freedom to carry out their labors, but usually it's under the watchful eyes of the hag's minions. It won't be easy getting in there, but call it what you like. I think if you want to hear about this plan, I can go over it. We can figure out if it can act as a distraction or if you want to be in on it. Either way, if there's something you need from her, it's going to be very hard to get into her cottage without any eyes on you. So if there's something you desperately need, then this might be the best way to do it. You've come on good time.
Phoebe looks to him very earnestly and goes, yes, Pavlona Blightstraw has a half of a memory because I was able to acquire the other half through her giving her a little, well, all of us helping her with something, but she still has the other half of this memory that I have, and I only have 8 days to acquire a certain portrait of Skabatha, her sister, from the cottage. We must have to get that back to her within 8 days, otherwise God knows what will happen to me for not fulfilling my end of the bargain. So, honestly, if you ask my opinion on this, I think any extra help we can get will be wonderful.
I think if you're able to help us, we should do our best to help you as well. Mutual exchange and all.
It is only fair.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm assuming you guys need some sort of help for anything. Yeah, anything you need, as long as we can provide it, we can help.
Yeah, Vivi nods in agreement with all of us as well, and she says, especially considering everything you're doing for all those children, then I think it would only be right if all of us would help you as well.
I do agree.
He beams in your direction and says, Well, you might just be the help that we've been looking for. So, thanks. A deal's a deal. Anyway, let me run you over this plan. So,
I
and
will be
you'll see that
right
he'll
back.
go ahead. I'll wait.
The door went, I apologise.
No problemo.
Hi.
Fish! Careful you don't fall!
Hello, breakfast.
If you
Go back
fall, I'll
to-
do you in. I'm just winding her up because she's clumsy. Bless her. I imagine this entire time Oz is like just so uncomfortable he's been like a rigid board, so he's just been distracted himself trying to play with the cat.
I just picture him like the meme. Is it the Simpsons one where everyone's just turned back looking at him? Everyone's turned looking at Bart. Still the kids looking at Oz.
Yeah, and he's just got like the sweat on his face and he's just like, please, stop.
Oh, bless him.
They're gonna say something very interesting in a sec. Lovely squirt the all can too.
I'm so excited.
Yeah.
Squirt you.
You were free.
We're back.
Merc.
Oh, I'm so sorry, baby. Promise we're wanting to be here and having so much fun.
No, oh my
Oh,
god,
of course.
you're good. Get your food.
We realised in our excitement for D&D that we hadn't ate. We were like, oh shit. Got too excited about being filled story-wise that we were like, forget food.
Food is temporary, D&D is forever.
Exactly.
Exactly. But no, we're all
I'll say
good to
while you're all-
continue.
I'll say while you're all here, as well. I think I pointed out when you came into the treehouse that there's what is it? There's a unicorn costume in the corner, which would
Yeah.
probably peak in your memories what Oz relayed to the group, which was reminder all the three future, present, past, find the alicorn and free the dormant queen at last. So that would probably be of a point of interest more than the oil can.
More than Squirty. More than
Yes!
Squirty. I don't think
Yes. Okay. As Will grabs a piece of parchment from the basket and produces a pencil from behind his ear. Seemingly starts scratching out a rough plan of this map. You'll hear as one of the kids, Sloan from the back, will say,
Are you sure he's not the knight from the story?
and you'll hear another voice from across the way. Well, there'll be another voice that says,
Yeah, he has to be the knight from the story. He looks just like it.
and you'll hear another voice that says, well, we've never seen the knight from the story, but I suppose if we had to look a certain way, he'd look like him. And you'll hear the first voice, which was Sloan, shout down to Will and say,
Will, can we ask if he's the knight from the story?
and Will like rolls his eyes and says, you're not supposed to bother our guests, Sloan. They're gonna help us with the plan. And Sloan goes,
Yeah, but he just looks like the knight, so can we come down?
and Will just like sighs as you can hear the footfall of like footsteps seemingly clattering above the floorboards above you, and then immediately coming down to the level that you're all on. Sorry, this map should really be bigger. 1 moment, let me shift you all about. And as the three children appear around you, Oz, they seemingly begin to beam very brightly. They're all looking at you with these almost unnerving smiles. And their eyes, there's like a sparkle in their eyes that isn't just a reflection of your silver armor. And then you'll see the young girl Sloan, who's a wood elf, will look at you with like her hands behind her back. She's doing that thing where kids like stand with their hands behind their back and they just start like swaying like from side to side.
Oh,
And she goes,
Excuse me, are you the knight from the story?
And you see Oz kind of like back up a wee bit. He looks a bit uncomfortable when he straightens up again. I'm sorry. I don't think I know what you're talking about. Could you elaborate, please?
I'll notice that the three of them will cheer because they realise that on the back of you asking this, they get to tell this story. And you'll notice that the orc child also will turn to you and say, my name's Zena. This is Bobby and Sloan. We all came from Bavlorna's workshop. We're not sure how we ended up there, but for the short time that we were part of the workshop, there was this story that all the kids would tell to each other, and it was called The Story of the Silver Shield Knight. And then you'll see as this kid will very awkwardly nudge the dwarf child beside them, who's Bobby, will say, yeah, when we were at the workshop, the story was about, well, Skabatha and the fact that, she's really evil in that, and she would try and kidnap children, but there was one child that she couldn't kidnap, and that child, he didn't have a name, and he didn't really have much on him, but he had white hair, and he had pointy ears like yours. No offense, Sloan. And Sloan will continue and say,
Hey, well, anyway, the story goes that Skabatha tried her best to kidnap loads of children, whether it be because of the Witchlight Carnival or whether they wandered into Prismere. But there was one child that she couldn't capture, and he had white hair and pointy ears, and I suppose he did look a bit like you. And then Skabatha, despite her reign of terror and the fact that she could employ this horrifying visage, and she would take all of these children and put them to work in her workshop, and she'd concoct them for her evil plans, maybe putting some of them to work on sewing textiles in the textile mill, or maybe refilling the sweets at the goblin market. Lauren, I'm not joking. I need you to know that there is a location in this area called Goblin Market, and I saw it, and I held my head and I sighed. Anyway, she then said, she continues and says, either way, this one child with the silver hair and the pointy ears, he refused to be captured by Bavlorna. She wanted to put him to work. Perhaps it was the fact that he was tall, or he was pretty, but he looked stronger than the others, and he was braver than the others. And it was said that the child desperately, even though Bavlorna had every power of hers to kidnap him, managed to make his way out. But he didn't leave without having something taken from him. the story gets a little bit messy here. Everyone believes that the Scabatha Nightshade took something different. I personally believe she took his heart.
And behind you was the other child will say, yeah, but that doesn't make any sense. If he took his heart, then if this one's a Silver Shield Knight, he can't be here because then he wouldn't be alive. If you don't have a heart, then you can't. You're dead. And then the other child on his right will go, yeah, but it doesn't. But it doesn't. But that's in that version of the story. Granny Nightshade could have kept him alive without his heart. I personally think that she took his strength. And then the other child will say, oh no, but if he took his strength, then he couldn't wear the armor, which then makes him the Silver Shield Knight. Oh, sorry, that's later on in the story. And Sloan will pick back up and say,
Some children believe that Scabatha Nightshade was able to take one part of this child with silver hair and pointy ears. Some say that she took his heart. Some say that she took his strength. Some say that she even took his brain, like his memories. But either way, all of us kids at the workshop came up with different ideas on what she might have taken from him. But all that leads into the fact that he was able to escape. Even if he didn't have a heart, he was able to find friends. Even if he didn't have his strength, he was able to wear armor. And even if he didn't have his mind, he was able to cut through whatever was in his way with the greatest of great swords. And the story, as the story goes, is told by all the children, it's one of hope. That even if someone could have been captured by Granny Nightshade, even if something's been taken from them, that they can still grow up and be strong and tall. And that's the story of the Silver Shield Knight. He's supposed to carry a silver shield on his back and wear shining armor. And he's supposed to have a really, really, really long sword. And anyway, we just thought you looked a bit like him. But it's a story of hope that's told in the workshop. It tells all the kids that, like us, even if you're trapped and you can't get out, and there's things in your way, like, you know, Scabatha putting you to work in her dollhouse, then there's a way out of it. And the story of the Silver Shield Knight proves to all of us that even if there looks like there isn't an escape, even if you lose something on the way, you can still find yourself again. So yeah, anyway, that's the story.
You'll see that Oz is kind of like taken aback by all of this information, and he seems almost wistful and dreamy about it. I think it's a lovely story. I'm honoured you think I resemble such a character. Truly. I wish I knew what to say.
Bobby behind you crosses his arms over his chest and just like looks at you like Squid and goes, are you sure you're not him?
Well, I don't think of myself as much as something special, or nor do I remember such things, but I do know that Scabatha has something of mine. What it is, I do not know.
The kids will immediately like stand and they'll start like jumping to the point where their excitement feels like the treehouse is shaking, and then you'll
That's
hear
not
them all in
what.
unison. It's go, that's it! If he took him! If
That's
he
not what I. Oh
took
no! You see Oz kind of like cover his face with his hands, and he's just kind of shaking his head, and he's like, "What have I done?"
The child behind you, the orc, she'll turn to you and say, then, if you're the Silver Shield Knight, the story's supposed to go like this. It says that at the end of the story, the Silver Shield Knight's going to come back to Scabatha Nightshade's workshop and he's going to free all the kids, and the kids are going to be able to escape and go back to all the different worlds that they come from. But if you said that you've had something taken from you by Scabatha, that means that you have to be him. And then the kids just start clamoring again. They're like, you're him! You're him! All at once at the same time.
This is so cute.
Oz is
I'm
like
crying.
bright red in the face, and like, if again, like much earlier on in the campaign, he could have little birds swinging around his head, he would. He's kind of like, he doesn't know what to do with compliments and like admiration. He's not used to this kind of thing. And now he almost feels like he doesn't want to let the kids down, and even if he wasn't the Silver Shield Knight, he feels like he wants to be one for them.
That's so sweet. I'm crying.
Oh, so Vivi's looking at him. There's like a sort of awed smile on her face as she just watches all of this happen.
Also,
Julian's
notice
just-
that the young wood elf in front of you whose reflection, honestly, you would imagine would look like a younger version of yours, will like grab your forearm, and you know when like kids grab your limb and they just start like shaking it. She's doing that too.
Yeah.
She's like,
That means you're the knight of the story, and that means when we go back to the workshop to go and free all the children, you have to come with us because that's your destiny. That's what the story is written like. That's how it ends.
You see, Oz is like taken aback when he doesn't know what to say for a moment before he looks at the party and back to the children. I fear I can't let you down now, even if I wasn't this figure. Your hopes seem to be set in this, and well, I wouldn't be much of a knight if I did say no now, would I? And he kind of like looks sheepishly at the others in the party, like kind of like, I'm sorry, like.
Odette just nods at
all-
him.
all three of the kids will come up to you, Oz, and they'll like just sort of crowd around where they're probably about waist high on you, and then they start like punching the air with their fists, and you'll just hear as they just go silver shield, silver shield, and they just start chanting around you in a circle.
It's like he's so touched by everything, but the name you can definitely tell sends like a shiver down his spine almost, where it's that happiness that the children have is just tainted with something that's a little darker. But he doesn't let on, especially around such like sweet, kind-hearted minds around him as well.
The babies.
Yeah.
I think Trilly will just have a little smirk and we'll just look at you, Oz, and go, I guess you're going to have to live up to the legend. You wouldn't want to disappoint these kids, would you?
I think you're right. Well, the sooner we set off, the better, I guess. There's no time like the present.
Yeah.
We all see
What
that
was your plan? You said, Will, and his like voice cracks a little because he's nervous. Stuff.
Will rolls his eyes and makes a face of looking quite droll, but the smile on his face is undeniable as he seemingly is basking in the joy of his shared friends here, and says, "Oh, okay, so," and he'll roll out this piece of parchment in front of you, and he'll say, "Okay, so the plan comes in 3 separate parts. So the first part is the approach. Bobby, Sloan, Zena, and Star will creep through the woods to the west of the tree. That is the one that Bavlorna lives in, the hollowed out, dead oak tree. That is her workshop. And we'll hide just outside of the screaming scarecrows. Meanwhile, I will sneak round to the entrance to the kitchen on the east side of the tree. And you'll watch as he like goes to a very scrawled and rough manner go to make this plan in front of you, and then he'll say, "The second part is the distraction. The 4 of you, or he looks at Clapperclaw, I guess 5 if you want to go Clapperclaw, will enter the Goblin Market area, posing as travelers, purchase some sweets, and then arrange for a meeting with the hack. During this meeting, we will alert the screaming scarecrows and lure the tin soldiers into the garden. Oh yes, sorry, forgot to tell you, there's screaming scarecrows, there's stunned tin soldiers, but Vrana's place is pretty kitted out. Anyway, third part of the plan, final part of the plan. This is the escape. While everyone is distracted, you will free the captives from the workshop, while I climb into the textile mill to free the captives that are there. And then once everyone's free, we'll all run back to Little Oak." You realise that Will's plan is quite sketchy, but this boy strikes you as just liking to live by the seat of his pants a bit, and he's looking at you with a very bright-eyed smile. But the other children seem a little bit wary of it. They seem raring to go, but there's a sense of worry in their eyes about it. But seemingly in the shadow of Oz here, they you wouldn't even be able to tell. And then you'll as he finishes his plan, you'll hear that Bobby will go. And then when the 4 of you go in, the Silver Shield Knight can go and when they have the meeting with the hag. What happens in the story, Sloan? And then Sloan goes,
I don't really know. Some people say that the Silver Shield Knight goes and kills the hag. Other people say that he simply makes a deal with her and the children are let go. But either way, if the plan all goes to well, what Will's plan is, and the story goes by the way that the story's written, then maybe all the kids will be freed anyway. I don't know. It doesn't really say how the Silver Shield Knight does it. It just says he does.
Right.
If you don't mind me asking, do you know where this story originated from exactly?
They look at each other and shrug and pull their mouth into frowns and shake their head and say,
No, well when we were there, we just heard it from the other kids, but all the kids know it. They tell it to each other each night to before they sleep and stuff. But yeah, we were just told it there. I asked the other kids, and they said they don't know. It was, I guess, it's just been passed down. Who knows? Maybe what the Silver Shield Knight had taken from him was actually something that was in the story, but maybe it's been passed down now. Either way, what was taken from him doesn't really matter. It's the fact that at the end of the day, he's a hero who comes to save the children and frees everyone else from Granny Nightshade.
Right. You can see Oz like takes a minute again. He's almost thinking like, was such a figure even real, or was it just a story that these children told to each other to try and still ignite some hope within their heart in such a bleak situation? And again, even so, if it is not true, he wants very much so to be this figure for them, to give them a bit of a light in the darkness. Filled with a new sense of determination, he looks again towards Will's plan and analyses it for a moment, taking his hand to his lip as he thinks. It could work, but we'd have to be extremely lucky. I feel like there's many places where we could fall short or not prep enough for this. What does everyone else think? And he looks to the other members of the party, especially considering that he and the others are like the adults in this situation. He feels like a sense of commitment to try and keep these children safe.
I think you'll just see Trillian just kind of like fake ponder, as if like theatrical to make it look like to the children like she's really thinking about it. And go, well, I think maybe we come up with a plan that might have, well, the enthusiastic, maybe one that is less, well, gung ho, shall we say? Because it, you wouldn't want the legend of the Silver Shield to go out with a whimper if the plan doesn't go right. So maybe we should think for a moment to figure out how, if there's a way we can do this.
Please, you're gonna embarrass me.
Mhm.
He says like that
Sorry.
under his breath to her.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get them on board.
Well, I think Trillian's saying something smart for once. I think maybe we should rework the plan just a little bit. After all, I don't think you could... The screaming scarecrows, for example, what would you do if you were attacked by them?
I wouldn't feel right sending any of you into fight. That's just
Exactly.
out with the question.
one of the kids at the back, Zena, just sighs and says, well, I guess we just, run away, but, I mean, surely there's more people that can, I mean, not even just for the plan, but these, strangers say that they need help with Skabatha and then Bavlorna anyway. Shouldn't we maybe go and, pay a visit to Wayward Paul and ask for help from the unicorn? And at this point, Will will immediately shake his head and say, "No, we don't need help from the unicorn. The unicorn is a no good goody goody who's too scared to challenge Granny Nightshade anyway. She won't be any help."
Unicorn?
I wouldn't write things off so fast, Will. Maybe this could be a useful endeavour for us. And he looks to Odette, who was going to speak.
I think the more allies we have, the better. This seems to be a pretty large-scale operation, and although there is a lot of us here, yes, I wouldn't feel right sending children alone to fend off your captors. There's every chance that you could get captured again, and that would make things more difficult. Why don't we spend this evening? I think it's evening. I'm not really sure. Why don't we spend this evening going over the plans? Do you have allies that you can reach out to that aren't no good goody goodies, as you put it? Well,
Or children.
Well, Will shakes his head a bit ashamedly and says, "No, it's just us, I guess." And Sloan will kind of pipe up from the back and say,
Well, maybe we should take them to go and see the unicorn anyway. I mean, they sound like they need help with their own problems that maybe do or don't involve, you know, the hags at the Hourglass Coven. She might be able to help them with their issues, even if she can't help us with ours, Will?
and Bobby speaks into it after and goes, "Yeah, or else, we've just made the unicorn costume for nothing, really."
I was going to ask about that.
Will sighs and pinches his brow, but turns to you and says, "Oh, there's a place near here called Wayward Pool. There's a unicorn that lives there called Lamorna. But Wayward Pool is an enchanted area. You'll find that if you wander near it, I guess you didn't because the Clapperclaw here, but you'll find that as you walk into the forest, you'll always end up where you started. The path will always take you right back to where you began it, and it's set to keep you in a loop away from the pool. Hopefully at some point, by the curse, you get tired and you just walk in a different direction. But Wayward Pool is been, I don't know, I guess, blessed by some sort of magic. Only unicorns can reach the shore of Wayward Pool, but I found with the getaway gang here that the magic protecting the pool can't tell the difference between a real unicorn and a make-believe one. So, if you wanted to reach the lake, which we have, we made a unicorn costume of which you can hide under. If you want to go talk to the unicorn, I guess we can lend it to you. And he'll point over to this crude unicorn costume in the corner.
We are not
It's
Trojan
if
unicorning.
anyone's
We
if anyone's wondering about this unicorn costume, you know those two-man horse
Yep.
suits?
Yes.
It's that.
I love
and
it.
it's,
Odette will not
quite-
be doing that.
I can't help but feel like Oz isn't going to fit, and I feel like Odette might be the only candidate that might fit a child-size costume.
No, you can get
Oh.
you can. From what I've heard, my description here is it's big enough to hold two adults within it, and it's made out of polka dot quilts and a wooden horse's head that has a wooden horn attached to it on the end.
It's gonna be like a donkey playing a donkey in the nativity. I'm so excited.
Oz looks at it and just kind of grimaces a bit and is like, is this really going to work?
Vivi's kind of head will perk up and she'll sort of just a thing and say, on that note, as I said before, my own dealings with Bavlorna back in hither dictate that I must steal a portrait from Skabatha. Is there a possibility this could be a simultaneous endeavor? But it all sounds rather a lot. But I feel like with the right work, something can be arranged. But as time passes by, it'll be good to get that out of the way. But of course, I don't want to detract from the more important picture, where there's something that could be done later down the line, of course. I can't help but have that at the back of my mind.
Will
I think... Oh, sorry, you go on.
Will nods pretty confidently, Vivian, and holds a thumbs up to you and says, "Well, I mean, if we're going to be causing a distraction anyway, and there's something you need to steal from Skabatha, I mean, risky business, but given that you've made your way out here, I suppose it won't really be much of an issue for you. Now would be a best time than ever. Where we'll need you to go in is obviously we kind of need you to pretend you want to talk to the hag, which, I mean, from the sounds of things, you want to do anyway, so, yeah, I mean, if you were going to steal it, this would give you a bit of an in for that as well, right?"
Precisely what I was going to say.
Mm.
I believe it would be best to do so. And the one adventure of things to be doing this, considering she will probably be on extra high alert after we free all of her captives from her workforce. Might as well do 2 for 1, right?
I do still think we should spend this evening going over the plan.
Oh no, I completely agree. I
mean-
just think Yeah.
You're absolutely correct. I could also potentially summon the fairies that we assisted earlier.
Yes.
To give you a little bit more information on that, when you summon them, it will act as a conjure woodland being spell, and it will be the three of them that will appear in place of whatever that woodland being would be.
How does that work? So, like,
Whenever you want to use the reed whistle,
uh-huh.
just you tell me that you're using it. You would do it as an action, and then I'll put them on the map for you.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Thank you. I could summon those fairies to help. Well, pixies, my bad. I don't know if there's a distinction between them. I've never really been here before. But we could call on their aid. But I do still think any help is good help.
Such an endeavour. I feel that any help will be wonderful help. The more pair of hands, the better.
Even if they're tiny.
They're still hands nonetheless.
I mean, I guess we could, but it's also kind of a bit of a trump card in a way. So maybe we want to save it until we absolutely need it, or I don't know how liberal we want to be with just summoning them straight away, or if we even need them necessarily.
I'm happy for the four of you to talk about this above table if you'd like. So currently, I'll give you the situation. Right now, it's about to be night. Obviously, the four of these, the kids are going to probably go to bed soon, and you're obviously welcome to stay within the treehouse as well. If you want to, at that point, only one day would have passed since you spoke to Bavlorna. So that's just one day. Obviously, they did mention Wayward Pool, where apparently a unicorn is, who they say that might be able to help you, even if she can't help with their plan. If all of you recall back to what was told to the party about finding the alicorn and freeing the dormant queen at last, that would probably pique your interest in regards to what Mr. Witch and Mr. Light would have said to the four of you, or rather was passed to one of you and then spread with the group, whatever that means.
Yeah.
But, don't feel like you need any excuse. There's unicorns. So,
Exactly.
but it's up to you. When you wake up after having a long rest here, it will have only just been a day.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay. That's fine.
Okay.
I think one of those ones where go see a unicorn just for the RP of it. Regardless whether it works.
I want to see the unicorn.
I want to see
Oh
the
yeah, let's go see
unicorn as
unicorn.
well.
It wouldn't be there if it wasn't important, so...
Exactly.
Yeah,
Getting,
real.
getting a goddamn unicorn out of that.
Evie
No,
will get in the
me?
unicorn.
Me?
Evie will get in the costume.
Absolutely not.
Well, I can't do it because if Odd gets in it, there's no way that a Trillion can get in it.
No, you can fit two of you. Stop going over the actual
No,
size
no,
of
no,
the sticks.
no. That's not size logistics. That's Trillion cannot get in there if Oz is in there.
Oh,
I'm
I see.
sorry. I'm confused. Explain.
Well, it's because if Trillion's up front, that means Oz is bended over, so it's near her rear end, which means that she's going to be like, oh god. But if
Don't
it's the other way
die.
round, then Trillion is near it. So, uh-oh.
Oz is like oblivious, like la la la.
La la la
Yeah,
la
for me as your GM and extra, I'm obviously not going to fuck you over. The unicorn at Wayward Pool is supposed to be an interaction that you can have without losing that time.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
there also does pose the question, which doesn't have to come up now, as to why Squirt the oil can is fucking here. And that's because at some point you're obviously going to have to leave this area to go into the next one. Squirt is your guide to get you there. He doesn't need to be relevant unless someone asks about the oil can or the question. Okay? So, no. Don't you do it.
Yeah, I was thinking.
Don't you ask. Don't you ask about him. I'm warning you.
What? This seems like a trick question because you said ask about it and then you're like, no.
No, I said don't ask about it until
don't.
it's you know
Sorry,
unless it's,
my bad. It didn't
no.
come through.
I said he's not relevant unless you ask about him. And then Lauren was like, and I was like, no, I know you're gonna fucking ask.
I couldn't tell for initially it was like, obviously it's my cue to be like, oh, approach the
I
oil
can't
can,
stop you.
but no.
I can't stop you. I can't stop you.
You told me I couldn't, therefore I will.
I can't stop you if you want to ask.
Will, would you mind if we crashed here tonight in the meantime? And we can assess and go over this plan again, maybe in the morning, when everyone's had some sleep.
The three children around you are seemingly quite pleased with this idea, as they begin to resume their chants of Silver Shield, towards you. But Will will
Oz is visibly uncomfortable.
Will shake his head, resign to his fate, and say, "Yeah, look, you guys are going to help us on this plan, and if there's any way I guess we can help you, then we're friends now. So of course you can stay here. I'm sorry it's not as comfortable as maybe it could be. It's a little bit cramped, but there's enough room for all of you on this floor, so make yourselves comfortable, I guess."
Hmm.
This
Thank
is
you.
more than enough, thank you.
Shelter.
So we can resume our go in the morning and maybe go early to the unicorn before we, I don't know, tackle this hag issue.
I think that sounds like a really good idea.
We'll hold out a thumbs up and say, "Yeah, and to make things easier, I'll get Little Oak to take us there in the morning. Saves you the walking. Anyway, you like, realize how tired he is. You'll kind of hunch over and yawn and say, "I reckon I should take, myself to sleep. Day's catching up with me. Exhaustion of doing this plan's kind of made my head reel a bit. And it's usually bedtime for these three as well. We'll leave you to it, but if you need anything, give us a shout. And hey, thanks again. We'll see you all in the morning. I know sleeping in a treehouse might be a little bit daunting, but rest well. It's not as scary as it sounds."
No, I think any shelter where I know we're not going to get randomly attacked is comforting.
I mean, nothing screams safe like a giant tree guardian. I'm sure we'll sleep just fine. And he offers a reassuring smile.
It sounds delightful. I'm so excited. I've never slept in a tree like this before.
She's having
Yeah,
such a good time.
She's having a fucking blast.
Not
She's
squirt.
like a kid on a. I was gonna say she's like a kid on a school trip. And I will say this: Vivi is like. Every so often, her gaze, like as everybody is talking, she looks at the oil can, and her eyes are just like watching. Her head kind of tilts.
Fuck
I
it.
don't know why, but
Trillian's
this
gonna-
session's
can-
been
can
giving me
we-
major Wizard of Oz vibes
Yeah.
since
Can
the
we
get-go.
can we see you doing that, gazing at a can?
Not squirt the oil can.
If you look at her long enough, you probably just see her sort of just tilt, and she's looking at it because you said that it looks just kind of like out of place, or it looks
Squirt's
quite.
just like, don't look
I
at
guess-
me, don't
Yeah.
notice me, don't
I
notice
guess,
me.
yeah,
don't
yeah,
notice
you
me.
know
in
what?
what world is an oil can on a cushion?
Yeah,
Doesn't need to
Yeah,
be
you
there.
know what? Fuck it. Trillian's gonna be going to be going. I mean, I love your enthusiasm, but why do you keep looking over at that oil can?
Why have they got it on a cushion?
Why don't you ask them?
I don't want to be rude, Trillian. I don't want to be rude.
You'll see the oil can rotate where a face will form on
Oh,
the other side of it.
Oh!
And
Jesus.
it will say,
Well, actually, this is my cushion.
I guess
What?
there's your answer.
That's crazy, Ronnie.
I've got my head in my hands right now. Shut up.
My mic keeps peeking.
Oz looks visibly like confused and horrified at the same time because he's just like,
Wait,
what
was your
spoke?
response to the voice?
Yeah.
He doesn't understand what spoke at first until he looks.
The way you're describing it, like rotating, and I'm just imagining it in
yeah,
my
yeah.
head, and then the voice came in.
What did he
Phoebe's-
say?
Fucking haunted oil can.
Vivi's like face, like her eyes just widen, her mouth is like a gape, and she goes, "Oh my god, a talking oil can? What on earth is?" And she paused for a minute, thinking about what she's saying. She goes, "Wait, my manners. Who on earth is that?"
I suppose we should never be surprised in Prisbeer, but we
This
still are
takes
every time.
this takes surprise, Oz, my dear, to a whole new realm.
You can
We
say
have
that
a
again.
talking oil can.
I
I-
see Will just like wipe a hand over his forehead and go, "Yeah, this is Squirt."
Squirt the oil can. Is that a name or is that a command?
Oh my god.
Atom.
Vivi's
Finally choked.
astounded. She is like, she's just looking on. She goes, "Oh my god, they have a name. I love it!" And she's
Uh,
just like astounded by Squirt.
For General Cuber, he
Squirt
couldn't even
is
last one day in your heart. How cruel you are,
Squirt
VV.
is
And Oz mimics like he's feigned heartbreak, like he's just having a joke with her.
seemingly hanging off the fact that you said, "Oh my god." Squirt will smile at you. Question mark. Oh god, I hate this. And you'll hear him say, I need to do this without laughing, and it's very hard. Damn it.
There are no gods here. We are all beholden by the reign of the Summer Queen. Hello, I'm Squirt the Oil Can. Pleasure to meet you.
Ronnie,
I
What?
love
Oz is just gonna look at the party. and
you're
go,
What?
so
I need sleep.
talented. You are so talented.
Yeah, you are so talented.
I,
really are.
Gotta do some voice acting roles, BB.
where,
Where have you been hiding this voice? What
that's
do you mean,
exactly
Ben?
how I feel.
I'm
And that's
astounded.
so good. That's so well
Oh
done,
god,
Ronnie.
thank you.
I need to say this before I do anything in the game. That's incredible.
Thank you so much.
That's so
That's our
freaking
DM.
good.
That's our
Oh,
DM.
Yeah, bless our DM. Holy shit.
Literally.
We're all
Vivi
just
is
like, haha, my
so-
DM's cooler than yours.
Yeah.
I love you guys
I
so
want you
much.
to know I come from a campaign where Obi doesn't really do voices. So this is just insane to me. Like every time I'm always blown away.
Thank you so much.
actually insane.
I love the way you said actually in the bits.
This is truly where like your history with LARP shines.
Ah,
Yeah.
Actually insane. Yeah.
I'm dying. Sorry, just there are no gods here. We are all beholden to the reign of the Summer Queen. Hello, I'm Squirt.
Yeah, Vivi Vivi
Oz
like
is just looking at it like he's having a mental breakdown at this
Vivi
point.
like she looks at him a second, and then grabs her she grabs her notebook out her bag, grabs her quill, like pops her tongue out, and then just starts writing, like writes what he said down. Because that is a fucking bar.
I think I literally summoned Ben from playing World of Warcraft with that voice. I quite literally think, if I'm correct, Ben, tell me if I'm wrong. You have my stream in the background. You heard this ungodly voice come out of my my mouth, and you just tabbed back in and went, "What?"
Honestly, same.
I want to believe that's what happened. Sorry, Vivi, did you say something back to Squirt?
She is just standing, like her eyes are like her widened, like listen to bear in mind the bar that this little fucking oil can has just said. And she just grabs her notebook and starts like writing it down as if it's like little like it's like where she keeps her like little notes for like song ideas. And she just goes, a talking oil can is one thing, but a talking oil can who speaks in poetry or speaks some kind in such a poetic way is even more of another thing. And she is just like, her hand goes to her head. She goes, I've really been here for such a short amount of time, and I've seen some weird and wonderful things here. All wonderful, by the way. When I say weird, it's not like anything alarming or anything, but things that surprise me is more of another word. But I don't think this tops everything. I need you to know this.
this is it. This is Lauren's favorite NPC.
I mean, clap
Also,
applause.
Oz is looking back between
Yeah.
Squirt and Vivi, and then he just looks to like Trillian and Odette, and he just goes like, he has a 1,000-yard stare, and he just goes, "I don't know about you guys, but I really need some sleep after all of this. This day's just gotten weirder and weirder."
Yeah.
I'll say, yeah. My favorite NPCs is fucking Clapperclaw and Squirt the fucking oil can. A sentence
I
I
still have
never
a soft
thought I'd
spot for Jingle
say.
Jango.
I
Oh, God,
love
Jingle
her.
Jangle.
I loved Jinger
She was
Jangle
so
so
cute.
much.
I was
Vivi,
like, "Who's
did you
bullying
ask-
you?"
Did you ask Squirt, like, what is he? You did at one point, right?
Yes, she did, yes. Who
Okay.
are you?
Okay, God. Squirt will rotate towards you and it'll lean back a bit where you can tell that this oil can, with its engraved eyes and, dent of a mouth, observe
Sorry,
you.
look at what Ben said.
And you'll hear it say,
Originally, I was a non-sentient oil can, but I was carried to the Feywild by dwarves hoping to harvest boggle oil. Though the expedition was a success, the dwarves who carried me were put to sleep by pixie magic. During a celebration that erupted around them, an elf came out of the forest. She used her magic to animate me in jest. Having come alive at a party, I was imbued with the urge to seek out fun wherever it can be found. No use sitting about getting rusty when there's fun to be had. Why sleep when you can party?
Oh my god. Vivi,
I
like...
need you all to know that is
oh.
like actually a line that is in his character bio.
That's
He did not say that
incredible.
willingly. His personality, you know how when you make your character for D&D, you get a personality trait, ideal, bond, and flaw.
Yeah.
His ideal is no use sitting around getting rusty when there's fun to be had. Let's party.
Oh my fucking
So
god.
due to the fact that he was animated at a party, he is now a partying oil can.
I fucking love it.
Oh
I'm
my
honestly
God.
dumbfounded. No one is more gobsmacked than me right now.
I absolutely love this oil can. And do you know who else loves this oil can? Vivi.
I never have guessed.
She looks over, she is like completely like enamored, saying, "Well, listen here, if you want a lifetime of never-ending parties, there will always be a space on my shoulder, and we will have the best fucking party of a lifetime ahead, I promise you. I have never seen anything like you in my life."
Odette is gonna get really close to Vivi and go, "Don't swear in front of the children," and then she's just gonna move back.
I want you all to know that Oz, during all of this going down, has went to the corner and took his cloak that Nib knit for him and like just put it over himself to get away from the stares at the children, and is just in the corner trying to sleep. His like braid is the only thing that's sticking out, like a dog trying to hide itself really poorly with its tail sticking out of somewhere.
I think Trillian will just look. Oh my god.
No, it's fine. I just wanted. I'll do it after. I just wanted to point out that Squirt the oil can does have a character sheet, and there were some very funny things on it. Please continue.
No,
Squirt does
Trillian
not
was literally
require
gonna-
air, food, drink, or sleep.
I love it.
Trillian was going to go full Herbo and just go. Not for me to question
He does
anything you're saying,
bludgeoning
but
damage. Sorry.
how party if you're an oil can? You haven't got like, you don't have hands or feet or any sort of system to do anything party related. Really.
Trillian, you're being very rude right now.
I was gonna say Vivi will cast a gaze back to him as like, "And who on any plane said that you needed hands or feet to pee?
Trillian,
Party."
Trillian,
basic
Squirt
logic?
will rotate towards you, and say,
The concept of party is a very mortal constraint. I believe anything can be a party if you decide that you're enjoying yourself. You don't need streamers or even hands to eat food. You don't even need feet to dance with. as long as one is enjoying themselves in the environment that they find themselves in, a party can be had in any environment. Why limit yourselves to what the gods have deigned that is defined as a party when you could decide that you're having one at any point, at any minute over the course of the day?
I fucking love this oil can. I cannot express enough how much I love this oil can.
The seconds you waste thinking about the logistics of a party could be seconds you could be using partying.
Yeah, Phoebe just like raises her hands. It's just like, exactly, my dear friend. Oh, it's so wonderful to know that there are other spirits that have that utter joy for a little celebration, like I do. Oh, she's over the moon right now.
When this session ends, I'm going to show you where I've stolen his voice from, because Lauren, I believe that you will recognize the video it's from.
Okay.
If anyone knows the meme, I believe it's from a Christian kids TV show, but they take
Oh
this
my
loaf out
fucking
of the
god!
oven.
You got the hammer. Is it the hammer?
No, they take the loaf out of the oven. And the loaf just starts quoting Ephesians from the Bible. I'm going to show it to you all after. It's really
Oh,
funny.
perfect.
But I've
That's
stolen. I'm gonna show
insane.
you. It's yeah. I've taken it from this really niche YouTube meme.
That's so funny.
Yeah. Anyway,
I love this oil can so much.
Squirt actually does have a point to make here, and say, oh god.
It's really nice to meet you. But I do have to say, you found me in a little bit of a boggle. Right now, I'm feeling a little empty inside. I'm not filled up with oil, and I don't have enough oil right now to use my boggle oil action. I think if I did, I'd be able to help you with this quest you have. But if you're going to Granny Nightshade's workshop, there's a lot of boggle oil to be found in there. You see, Granny Nightshade's workshop quite literally employs boggle oil. If you take me with you, I might be able to get more of the can, and then I'd be able to help you.
If before like anyone can even respond, BB just goes done. Done. Of course we can go and get some more is it dabble oil for you, my dear Squirt?
What oil is it? Is it boggle oil?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Boggle oil.
Boggle oil.
And you'll see at this point Will will shake his head. He's like got a very amused expression on his face, and says, "Yeah, so boggle oil are goes back to Granny Nightshade's workshop. The children being held captive in there are haunted by these creatures called boggles. They're oily creatures that apparently sprout from the children's misery. Oh, Squirt here hasn't had a bit of a top up in a while, so I think he's implying he'd like to come with us when we do this plan, obviously."
Right. I said this earlier, but the more help, the better. So I don't see why not.
Oh, BB's so happy right now.
This is Squirt's boggle oil action. And it's actually quite useful.
Yeah.
Okay, no, we should get that.
Yeah,
that looks
absolutely.
really useful.
Yeah, we'll say,
Yippee! Once you help me get topped up with some more boggle oil, we can go from your predicament to putting your enemies in a pickle.
He's great.
Or rather, a puddle.
At this point, you will notice that I can't believe I'm saying what I'm about to say. Squirt will begin to levitate off his cushion.
Oh my god!
Because it's important that everyone in chat knows that Squirt has a speed of 0 feet, but he has a fly speed of 30.
What a legend.
And he will go and hovering through the air and place himself with a little clank on Vivi's shoulder.
Yeah!
I'm dying. I'm dying at the sheet.
She is like, he's like kind of squinch going, oh my god, I love this. Oh, I love it. Oh, this is so incredible. He's just like, she gives him like a cute little pat, and she's just like, oh, that is so cool. And she's like turns to the rest of the party and like, is it like gesturing to Squirt, being like, fucking check this out. Check him out.
I want to just say something very funny right now,
Mhm.
because it's important that it's said. Vivi,
Yeah.
Squirt has a higher AC than you.
That's so funny.
No fucking way.
I'm in disbelief right now. That was more
That's-
stunned than I am.
That's so
He's got-
funny.
What's his AC?
15.
No fucking
I
way.
need to check what my AC is right
That's his
now.
natural armor.
That is hilarious. Oh, that's amazing. Cries
Oh
in
my
13,
He
but oh
just
my
has a
God,
lower AC than me.
that's so funny.
That's insane. Also, I need you to know that Ben put in chat, think it's time to introduce Squirt to the concept of the Venga Boys, and I can't stop thinking about it.
Oh my god,
I
man!
was literally just gonna, Vivi's gonna lean over to Squirt and goes, have you ever been to Baldur's Gate?
God.
God. Yes, Squirt will rotate towards you on your shoulder
Yeah.
and will say,
I can't say I've ever had the displeasure of being to the City of Blood, but I've heard much about it. I've heard that it's been called a viper's nest of schemes and schemers. I'm not really sure it'd be a place for an oil can like me.
I say that as one of Baldur's Gate's exports is oil, and I'm going to kill myself. As I found this out.
Well, Vivi will
Oh my
look
God.
at him and you go, well, on my shoulder and with me, Baldur's Gate will be the land of the unending parties. Let me promise you that.
Odette agrees with what Squirt said about Baldur's Gate. That's a very apt description.
Oh, God. This is so great. This is probably one of the funniest things I've ever experienced in D&D. I've got a
I've-
talking oil can on my shoulder.
Can I
I've
just say, we
gone
went from
past laughing.
Yeah,
I-
I'm just astounded.
we went from General Cubert of the Pool last session to Squirt the oil can
I love it.
that can levitate
Oh.
and has a higher AC class than Vivi.
Yep.
I
Oh,
it's so good. Well,
I love this campaign.
I think should we make it back to Baldur's Gate or wherever, we'll need ample rest in order to do so. So, I believe it's time to send Squirt as well as the other children to bed now, no? Oh, Keg! Excuse me.
The concept of sleep is lost on my abstract metal body. I don't require sleep. In fact, I don't require air, food, or drink. I'm a very convenient fellow to have around. Some would say an unneedy companion. Oh,
Don't know. I'm voicing him with the straightest face, like ever.
I am not
I need my
surprised.
cam on for the next time I do this because, like, just. Sorry, I can't stop laughing at Ben saying introduce Squirt to the Venga Boys. I just.
we like to party.
Yeah, I love this oil can. Oh,
Well, even if you don't require rest, Squirt, we have been traveling all day, so I think it's probably at least in our best interest. If you let us all rest now. Vivi, don't say anything.
she is literally like, and before her mouth was about to say something, and then she heard that, and she's just like, her mouth just slowly like closes, but she's like vibrating.
If there was anything the dwarf that carried me to the Feywild taught me well, it's that while I might not be beholden to the constraints of a mortal coil, people around me sure do need rest. And you definitely need rest if you want to continue to party. No problem at all. Pleasure to meet you. I'll see you all in the morning. Or at least what the concept of morning looks like in the Feywild. I don't really know when it's like nighttime or when it's morning, but I will usually go by when Will tells me that it is. So, good night, strangers or friends at this point.
Good night, Squirt.
Oh, Vivi will give him another little pat and saying, "Oh, good night, Squirt. We'll see you in the morning for more partying and more adventure." How wonderful!
You got it. May your slumber be filled with only the oiliest of dreams.
I love him. I love him.
The kids will creak open the door leading upstairs as they'll turn to you, Oz, and say,
Good night, everyone, and good night, Silver Shield Knight. See you all tomorrow.
they're all very enamored by the Silver Shield Knight.
I
Oz is
love
like
him.
still in the corner, like clutched under the cloak, just with his eyes wide open, like bloodshot, just holding it over his head, like.
Oz is traumatized while Vivi's having the best day of her life.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, literally.
Oz is like, I'm alive. What kind of day is this?
Yeah, Vivi's having
We'll turn to you all and say, I've kept a pretty good track on when it's morning here, so I'll let you know when it is. Until then, rest well, and thanks again for all the help. Looking
Oh.
forward to carrying out this plan with you guys.
Of course. Would you like to take Squirt and his lovely cushion with you?
Will raises an eyebrow and then realizes that because you're using this room to sleep, he probably should, and says, yeah, sure. Well, anyway, looking forward to tomorrow.
We'll see you then. Thank you. Odette doesn't need to sleep, but she feels exhausted after that.
Vivi is fucking out astounded. She's having the best fucking time of her life.
I'm gonna
Fucking loves
pet
it.
Star. I'm gonna pet the baby. Oz, you can stop pretending now. There's a lovely kitten over here.
I'm not pretending. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
You just see the blanket moving over in the corner. It's fine.
Oh, you're wonderfully soft, Star, aren't you? It would just be so nice if a certain very tall elf gave you some wonderful head pats as well, wouldn't it?
Odette, don't guilt trip me at this point, please.
Oh, I only have 2 hands.
You just hear him like whimper from the corner. Makes you feel bad. Begrudgingly, the blue blanket moves. He doesn't take it off himself. He just kind of like crawls over into there. You just see like his hand reach out from under the blanket and just pet Star very meekly.
Aww.
Before he just like plops down and flattens himself on the ground again, literally in front of them. It's just this like blue slug.
Blue slug. Aw. Man, that felt rather exhausting. Ronnie, what is that? Stage fright! Excuse me?
Boo.
Boo. Sorry, I saw your picture change and immediately I was just like, what? Excuse me? No.
By the way, if any of you guys have seen like Oran High School Host Club, like you know when Tamaki's drawing
Yes.
mushrooms and himself in the corner, that's why I imagine Oz is like giving right now.
I love it.
Oh, I love him. Right. Shall we have a conversation about what we should be doing? I just got jump scared by, by Star.
Sorry, I realised I had the wrong token on the screen.
Oh, that's funny. Is Star spending the night with us?
Yeah,
Excellent.
you've got the scent of her.
Oh,
You've got the scent of her mum, so she's very comforted right now.
Oh,
I feel so bad. I went to
baby.
reunite her so bad.
I know. All right.
Right. Well, I'll give you space to have any conversations you wish to have before bedtime, and then I think when you do drift off to sleep, that might be a good time to actually end this session. I'm actually just a bit speechless from just having to voice squirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
No,
You've
no,
done a
oh my
great
god,
job,
don't
though.
apologise. I've gone past laughing, and I'm just in like, I can't believe this is my life.
Yeah.
It's incredible. Oh.
Right. About that plan. I am not confident in it at all.
The blue blanket shifts, and you just see like Oz kind of like sit up underneath it, and it like, falls off of his head, and he's just going, "Yeah, I can see why. It's definitely foolhardy and bright-eyed, but not so sure if it's secure."
I do think their idea of us distracting Skabatha is a good idea, but I feel that wouldn't afford us much time to take the painting. I also really dislike the idea of leaving the children to fend themselves against these screaming scarecrows.
Yeah.
Part of me feels like it would be a good idea for us to split up, but at the same time, we would lack having each other at the same time.
I thought of the same thing, but wasn't sure how everyone else would feel about that. I, in all honesty, would prefer if the children would stay here to keep them safe and out of the way of this mess. But I'm not sure how that will go down for all of them.
I think if we split ourselves off into groups, we could potentially work with their plan as a basis, of course, but Oz, I have this nagging feeling about which one was it, Mr. Witch or Mr. Light? They said to you about the future and the past and the present. Part of me feels the story that they are talking about might actually be you, but the time's out of order. Do you understand what I mean?
Like, it's being told in reverse.
Or
It
it hasn't
yet.
happened yet. Yes. If we have no idea where the origin comes from, it could be that they're remembering something that hasn't happened yet.
Maybe? I can't say I'm very sure. I don't have any recollection of being here before as a child, but again, I could have lost that memory to one of the hags.
They did mention
I do
you
see
were a
your
child,
point.
though, so I'm not sure.
It did specify that the you can see he's almost uncomfortable like saying any of the kind of like worldly titles of it. The knight character would come back later, so maybe he was an adult by that point.
Maybe? It could be that it was your past and potentially your future at the same time. I don't know, I just have this odd feeling. I don't really know how to explain it, but you seem to tense up every single time they say Silver Shield. I find that strange.
I mean, wouldn't anyone hate stuck-up nobles like that? Anyway?
Well, as a noble myself,
That's not. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. It's true that I dislike that name greatly and never saw myself aligned with it as much. But I guess if you were to trace the blood in my own veins, you would be able to find it related back to them. Though I was never treated as such. So,
Vivi
forgive me, the name's
and
just uncomfortable.
Vivi and Adet, hearing them talk of the Silver Shield Knight piques something in your memory. I don't need you to roll for this because you are both natives of Baldur's Gate. You know of the name Silver Shield, and they certainly aren't associated with anything almost as heroic. The Silver Shield are a powerful patriarch family in Baldur's Gate. They are known to be fabulously wealthy and living a life of extravagant luxury, as they certainly work their influence on the political scene of Baldur's Gate. They have an estate located on the western edge of the upper city, and it was considered one of the grandest of the city's noble manors. So that name you would know well, but you've never heard it perhaps in this context.
Hmm.
The name Silver Shield is familiar to me too, but if what you're saying is right, then you're one of them? Or, well, I suppose, at least related.
As much as a bastard could be, I guess.
I see.
A difference.
Yeah, Vivi's eyes kind of grow a little sad, sort of hearing that.
But what does it matter what people like them think anyway? I've never
Precisely.
cared much for them either.
And you shouldn't.
No.
Yeah. I mean, you've already showed us the person you are, Oz, is noble and kind and chivalrous, you know. Doesn't matter if you are or not what they suspect you are, you know, you live up to your own self every day.
You see his like ears like point down a little bit, and G grows a little like warm in the face, with his cheeks kind of flush a bit. He's seemingly like not always sure how to take compliments, and just feels a bit touched and bashful about how everyone sees him. I'm glad I could strike such an image in your hearts.
There's a sort of like sad smile as the topic of sort of like living up to a name or a legacy perhaps strikes within Vivi. She doesn't speak of that, but she instead looks up at Oz and things and she says, well, the more that I live on any plane, the more that it struck me that a person and their heart should be at the forefront of any judgment you should make on them. Their actions, their words, and how they treat the world and the people within it around them. And in the short time that I've known you, Oz, you're one of the kindest souls I think I've ever met in my life. Always looking for any opportunity to help others, assist others in any kind of need. And I myself, and I know several of us here, owe you a great many thanks across our time together for that.
Odette nods at that.
As the Julian.
Yeah.
You could just see his face get redder as he like buries his head a bit down, looking at the ground, unable to kind of meet your eyes. But it's a lump he swallows in his throat. I really don't know how to thank you all. I think that's one of the kindest things I've ever heard anyone say about me.
Oz,
Yes?
we cannot choose our blood, but we can choose our own actions. And I believe your actions speak louder than your blood.
I like the sound of that. I know it's late for you all, and I probably owe you all some answers, but maybe it would be best if we rested a bit first. I hope you'll forgive me if I ask to just try and compose myself and my thoughts before I explain.
No, of course. While you all rest, I'll spend some time thinking about the plan and see if there's any way we can approach it in a different light.
Are you sure you don't want to get any rest?
I don't need it.
Why don't you need it?
I remember you mentioning that before, but I didn't want to pry.
Don't worry. If I feel tired, I will rest, but I am not tired.
Well, promise me that if you do feel tired, you'll wake me. If you wanted someone to take the night shift, I can always take the night watch.
I think you should use this time to compose yourself, Oz. Like you said, I will be plenty fine.
Right.
Well, I guess that's settled. You know, those who do need sleep get some sleep. The rest of us plan this grand adventure, I guess.
Rest well.
Good night. And it's just going to become that blue slug in the corner again. I'm not gonna lie.
I love
I'll say
him.
Vivi kind of watches over everyone, and it kind of just sort of the topic of everything is made her hands kind of just fidget, and she kind of looks up into a corner until she eventually drifts off to sleep.
While people are like settling down, Odette is going to take this time to like swap the gloves that she's currently wearing to the ones that Nib gave her.
Can't actually bloody tell if my race needs sleep.
I
I can't figure out whether I actually will be sleeping.
can look it
They
up for you.
can.
You can, but I don't think you necessarily need to.
Yeah, I guess Trillian will probably not be sleeping as well, but she'll kind of take one look at you doing. She was going to try to talk about the plan, but she sees you kind of swapping your gloves, and will immediately turn away and pretend to be asleep. Like, oh no, don't want to interrupt that.
I mean, Chilean's already seen them, so it wouldn't really matter as much. If you did want to talk.
She kind of sees it as like almost like a ritual of your own, and she knows the importance of it. So well,
Oh, she's just swapping the gloves, so she's not like praying or anything.
yeah, Trillian does that.
Valid. Ronnie, can I request Star by my side? I
Yeah.
want to pet the baby. Oh, the baby. Sweet baby. I love him.
Right, are you all settling down to sleep?
I'd imagine so. I wouldn't want to keep this up too late, so that's why I was like, I will indulge more backstory next time.
Yeah.
Okay, good, because I'm not done with you yet. As you settle down to take a as comfortable as you can within the height of the wooden flooring of the treehouse constructed into Little Oak's body, who manages to relax to a point where you perhaps forget that you are atop a tree. And as the floorboards creak below you, they are sturdy, and you manage to make yourself comfortable in the warmth of your bedrolls on each corner of the room. As you manage to do so, the children's laughter quickly dies down upstairs, their voices fading until they become distant, muffled snores from a floor above. Your new allies are perhaps unlikely ones, but seemingly sharing the same goal, that you wish to take something from Skabatha Nightshade, as do they, in a manner of speaking. You find yourselves aligned with them. As you drift off to sleep, Oz, your mind is fixated on the nostalgia of the day. You wash a sorrow that seemed to greet you like an old feeling that you've felt before. A sensation awash through your bones that's remained at the forefront of your minds. Despite how weary your body is, how sore your ankles are, despite how tiring this entire journey has been, as your god teaches, you endure and you continue on. But seemingly the transition from hither to thither is one that exhausts you all, and you all drift off to sleep very easily.
Including me?
Apart from you,
Okay,
who I
sorry, I
believe
just
is
wanted to make
if you're not sleeping, no. Yeah, no, you're not. I'm not forcing you. Don't worry. As secure in the knowledge that Adet promising to keep watch and work on the plan for tomorrow allows you to, in the height of Little Oak's branches, know that you are safe when you drift off to sleep tonight. It's not long into your slumber, Oz, that you are greeted by a dream, except it feels more like a vision that unravels at the corners of your blackening vision, the sight that you're usually greeted with when you lay down to sleep. The soundscape immediately changes, the birdsong in the forest and the rustling of the trees dying down to a more familiar sound, one that perhaps is muffled in the middle of it all. The distant sounds of Baldur's Gate ring out past the walls of the building that you are in. The clashing of hammers against anvils, the hustle and bustle of people passing in the street. Their loud yet distant chatter in this scene. Taking in the sight of where you are stood, it is dusty. The specks of dust catching in the light that pours from several stained glass windows. You find yourselves quickly within a temple. It is not too special, nor is it ornate. The brickwork is fairly ordinary, and the pews that sit around you are varnished and wooden, made from oak. You are stood within the dais at the very front of this cathedral, where an altar would usually be placed and sermons would usually be held. As the sun streams through the stained glass windows, painting the floor around you in a myriad of colours, a prism of light that seems to expand and cast the room in an ethereal glow, your vision is blurry, almost as if waking from a dream. You're not sure where it is you are, but it feels familiar. A distant memory locked away somewhere within your mind, perhaps something that your brain repressed, or something that it wishes to recall, at least in this very moment. In front of you is a figure. The light is cast around her, painting her in a luminescence that is shone from the midday sun. It isn't very clear who she is or what she looks like, but you're almost certain that you've heard her voice before. She's wearing a white cloak that sweeps from one shoulder to another, a hood that covers her face. Beneath it, you catch the sight of curling brown locks. She bears a fragrant scent of fresh daisies, and you can't quite make out her clothing. It seems like it is fuzzy. You try to squint your eyes to catch a sight of it and figure out if there's anything on her clothes that paints her as familiar, but you can't. She blinks and you notice that she has bright emerald eyes, like gemstones. In her light, the room around you is a shadow. And as you stand before her, she smiles at you, as bright as the sun cast down upon her. Her name is at the tip of your tongue. You try to recall it, and it feels like you are searching, but it never quite comes. It's not hard to look at her, though. There's a sense of comfort that is awash over you. You feel immediately calmed by her presence. And then you notice, in this moment, how much you miss it. She whispers your name softly towards you. It comes as soothing as a lullaby in the midst of your sleep. Oz! Oz! The dawn. It's arriving. And even as the melody of her voice trickles over your eardrums like the soothe of a stream, it's almost impossible to place where you've heard it. You realise that she's quite short. She's no more than a teenager, and at this point, as your height, neither are you. Seemingly, as she tries to wake you from this trance, the light from the windows is blinding, all-encompassing in your vision. Suddenly, the room begins to flare, and you realise that, as try as you might, the light begins to sweep through the room, an ocean of gold, as she is all but swept up in it. You're not exactly sure how or why you lose sight of this vision, but suddenly the woman's room is bright white. You can't see anything. You feel as if you're not stood between the tall ceiling above you or the hard stone floor below. You are simply suspended. And in that distant memory, you're not entirely sure what you were supposed to remember. But as you somehow return to the confines of your sleep, there is a feeling within you that is gone. It was present all but in that vision. And as you stand somewhere in the scape of your dream, and the sounds of Baldur's Gate begin to fade, as does the light, the void in your chest is ever present. You're certain something was there. Not a someone, but something. A calling that may have been taken from you. And that while you spend this time in Tither, you only hope it's the thing that you'll be able to get back. And I'm now going to close the session out at 1 a.m. in the morning.
Let's go.
As
Wow.
the sun begins to set on your first day in Tither, you're greeted by an emerald trove of forest below you. Protected in the favourite glade of little oaks, high up in the branches of the trees, you find yourselves in a spot of respite where safety finds you under the protection of Will and the Getaway Gang. But as your ambitions rise, so will your dreams. Realizing that you will come to a point soon in the very near future where what you seek to take from Skabatha Nightshade, a woman who has something very precious to Oz, though you're not quite sure what, there will be a crossroads that you will have to face. And you will do so together. As Clapperclaw accompanies you on your journey, and you've been met with a myriad of kind figures who have welcomed you in with open arms, you only hope that the rest of Tither will be just as welcoming. Were the journey that you were on ever so easy. Although perhaps your day has not been the toughest that you've ever faced, the darkness that is eroding away this forest from the inside is still yet to show itself. And as the shrouds begin to close in, as the influence of Skabatha Nightshade is so felt here, barely beginning to see the start of it, you wonder if what is going on at Skabatha Nightshade's workshop, and whatever it is the Hourglass Coven have within their iron grip on Prismir, will be something that you can stop. And when you do find each other opposed at needing to take something from a hag that has something belonging to one of you, how exactly you will deal with that. But you'll have to figure that out when you return to Prismir next week. And that is where I will end our session for today. Thank you all so much. We've played for so long, and I'm so
Well
happy.
done.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, I loved
Yeah,
it.
that's well done. That was amazing.
Yeah. Real.
I'm speechless. I don't know what to say.
Let's
Screaming and
fucking
banging at
go.
the bars of my enclosure right now, honestly.
I was so caught up in that vision, I forgot to tell yours that you do actually know the woman's name. I'm going to put it in your character channel.
Oh wow.
Oh my god.
Oh, and that's crazy.
All right, well, May, I will go ahead and let you sign out your stream.
Yes.
Thank you, my memers. Thank you, Benj, for being here and offering me your hilarious commentary. And I will hand over to May for sign out yours.
Yeah, no, thank you for joining us today. If you stayed for the entire stream, a really, really big thank you. I appreciate that so much. I had a wonderful time. I will be very busy this week, so I don't know if I can stream again. But even if I can't, I had a great time, and I will let you know in the Discord and stuff what's happening. But yeah, thank you, Ronnie. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you,
Thank you for
everyone.
joining us. Have a good night. Sleep well wherever it is you are in the
Yeah.
world, and we will see you next week back in Prisma.
Yeah. Bye, guys. Bye.
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 Bye.